sparks. And the sparks. And the sparks never fade away. Want it all again. And it tastes like the sweetest sand. Drinking it again. When you explode over me.
Good evening, everybody. It's Friday night, my friends. We're going to get this weekend started actually early. We're going to get started earlier than normal. And we're going to get started, as we do, with some coding. Got some coding on the brain. I'm ready to go. For the most part. It's I was managing my Melvor Idol stuff here. Let's bring that up and see where I'm at here. Fighting some Mithril Knights right now, friends. All right. Yeah, welcome, Sainted Lord. Welcome. You made it. Indeed. I will loot all that because. Why the heck not? Also, there are some bank slots here too. Even though they are freaking expensive. Alright, well let the battling continue here in the background. And, alright, so a couple things. First of all, The new editor role. I forgot to allow GCT and admins to be able to edit with the new role, which they could do with the old role. So that was my goof. It came up in ye old Discord here. Under bugs, I believe. Yep, Barry found it. And so I need to fix that. Now, the thing is with that, it brings up a important point, which is we don't have any tests around that. So, yeah, it was an oopsie. But, you know, to be fair, there's a lot of moving parts too, so I'm bound to do some oopsies here and there. Luckily, it wasn't a huge oopsie, but it does show a weakness in our tests, where our test did not properly test that, you know, GCT members and admin members could hit the edit button or see the edit button. So I'm going to add those tests in so that they fail, and then I'm going to put the code in that fixes them, and that should fix the tests. And then from this point forward, if I ever do something that breaks that again, theoretically the test will break, and it'll let me know that, hey, I was being a goofball. So that's the idea. What I need is, I think it's stream test EX here. But anyway, I hope everyone's been having a good week, and I had a good turkey day yesterday. It's always good to have like a home cooked meal when you haven't had one in ages. Haven't had one in ages, so it's always nice to sit down for a good home cooked meal. Lots and lots of food too. Lots. What am I doing here? Edit stream details button. It's available to the channel owner. It's available to the moderators with edit permission. It's not available to moderators without edit permission. Right. It's not available to regular users. Okay, but now I didn't do tests for GCT and admin. Alright, so what I want to do, let's copy this. This is pretty much this, except I gotta create the correct user for it. So we'll say is available to GCT members. Moderator fixture. I don't want that. I want. So is there? I believe there's a GCT fixture somewhere. Yeah, GCT fixture gives me a user back, and then there's an admin fixture, which gets me a user back. Okay, that's good. So I want, oh, so wait, moderator fixture brings you back two things? Yeah, GCT only brings you, and admin only brings you back the user. Okay. Just checking. So what we will do is we'll say GCT user picture, and I don't think I need to do anything else here, right? I just need a user that has GCT flag on, yeah. And admin, same thing. Alright. So, oh, I need to log them in though. Oh, that's fine. I can do it this way because it just takes a user. So we'll say GCT connection login user. From this connection, log in the GCT user. there. And we'll stay with the GCT user logged in connection. Go to the channel page for the streamer, and you should be able to see the edit button, which will not be true right now, but we'll see it fail and then we can see it succeed. Do that, and it's available to admin members. Admin fixture. Alright, and pretty much the same here. Through and through. Whoop, if I spell correctly. Alright, so I will run this test. Blemish. So we'll do mix, tests, test, blemish, web, live, user, live, stream test. I should get 2 failures. There we go, 2 failures. And I got it on stream details button is available to admin members. That failed. And is available to GCT members. Okay, cool. So 2 that we just did failed as I expected them to. And now, before we go too much further, let's also see it in person. Let's go up here. Get status. Where am I at? Shoot, I'm on the dev. Do get stash and get checkout. Fix CT and admin permissions for new edit role. Status. Okay, get stash up. Boom. Okay, that brings that back. Alright. Good. So now we're on the branch. And I should also, before I get too far ahead of myself, let's go on over here. Go to issues. I'm just going to open an issue for it just so that it's tracked somewhere. I should go through some of these. Like, I don't even know. Some of these issues are still valid. I don't know. Some of the other ones are, I think, have been fixed, but have never been closed. But who knows? Anyway, let me open a new issue here. And admin users are unable to edit are no longer able to edit stream title tag. Admin users can no longer edit stream titles tags cross the site due to the new permissions introduced from the moderator editor. Moderator editor role. Like that. Cool. All right. Keep that. We'll end up fixing this. I know it's kind of academic to do it, but I figure it's good to. It's good to have it tracked so that no one thinks I am without bugs. No one thinks I don't write bugs. I don't create bugs. I mean, all right. So I want to get the server started. So let's do that. Server running. And I was asked to look into. There's a potential bug with subscriptions where you cancel a subscription and it still kind of sits in limbo on our side. And I started looking into it because I haven't really looked at the Stripe stuff. And it looks like to me, from what I can tell, it's probably canceled correctly on the Stripe side, which means you're not getting charged for it, which is good. But for whatever reason, we're not updating the flag on our side to say that this subscription is no longer active, which technically means you probably still have access to all the emotes and all that stuff. But I can't. I'll talk about it a little bit later, because I'm hoping that one of the nice things about doing live development like this is that there's a concept in that a lot of programmers talk about. It's called rubber duck programming. There might be other titles for it too, but rubber duck programming basically means a lot of times you'll sit down with another developer and you'll explain the problem that you're having. Like, I can't figure this thing out. Here's all the steps I've gone through. And in the process of talking out all the steps you've gone through, you figure out the issue, without them having to say anything. But they were just there, as the old saying goes, they were just a little yellow rubber ducky in the tub, and you were just talking to them just to figure it out on your own. So that's one of the nice things about the stream like this, is that I can kind of talk things out loud and just kind of maybe exercise my own brain sometimes. But it is a real thing. If you look up, I think it's just called rubber duck programming. I think that's the term that people use, but that's a term that I've heard used. So so we'll talk through that a little bit. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix that, quote unquote, fix it. But I can at least talk it through and see if anything comes out of my brain for it. All right, this is up and running. Let's get in here. Go to my channel. All right, so I got the edit button, which is correct. The owner of the channel. If I come over to here and I go localhost 4000 and I sign in as a GCT somewhere here. And then GCT. And I gotta put a code in, which should actually be working now. I've updated my I've updated Windows, and I've updated Windows subsystem for Linux to the very latest, which is kind of cool because they actually backport it to Windows 10 for everybody. So I should actually have access to graphical stuff too. Like if I have a graphical Linux program that you can run, it may actually work instead of just the command line stuff. So that's interesting. Alright, we got yeah, that's working a lot better. Okay, so we're in is this. So if I go to test 86, yeah, I don't see the edit button. Okay, so we verified that the bug is there, so that's good. Visually verified. Do I have another browser? Is Firefox updated? Yeah, okay. I guess this will work. Oof, I haven't used this in forever. It's not even in dark mode. What is wrong with me? Can I turn this into dark mode here so it doesn't blow out my eyes? You would think that would be under general preferences, right? Fonts and colors. Here we go. Colors. No. Advanced. No. They have to have a dark mode, right? Am I just being a goofball here? Content. Okay. Wait a minute. Firefox dark mode. Open the main menu, click customize and choose dark from the themes. Open the main menu, click customize and choose dark. Oh, customize. Yeah, let's put it under a different menu than the settings menu, because that makes sense. Themes. Don't be dark in a theme. Get more themes. Dark mode. Hey, there you go. You need an updated version of Firefox for this extension. Okay. Where's the update at? There you go. Update. Update history. How do I tell it to just update now? It just automatically update, but connection is not secure. Owner of stub downloader has configured their website improperly. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow, what has happened to Mozilla? How are they this bad at things? Wow. I'm impressed that they're this bad at things now. Wow. What happened to them? No, whatever. I just need them for this one thing. Okay, I'll do this. This is light mode for most things. I used to, but after a while it just got to a point where it's like dark mode just when you're switching, like when you have so much text on the screen, I feel like I can read the text better in dark mode. Because it doesn't strain your eyes quite as much. But I mean, there's other things that, you know. And of course, once you start using dark mode, you want everything to be dark mode because you don't want to keep blowing your eyes out every time you go from one thing to another. I think it's all right, and I don't have extensions on here right now, but let's see. I think it's and then no, what's going on here? Localhost. 1,000. And I want an admin. And then what do I need here? Don't need that. Sure. I forgot to roll over. See? Is that now out of sync? Okay, it's maybe I typed something wrong there. Anyway, Serena's admin. And JavaScript doesn't work. That's great. That's great. All right. Here. All right, cool. So that's not showing up there. Can't believe this menu's not working. That can't be right, right? Is it that nobody uses Firefox on our site that they never realize that this menu doesn't work? I have a feeling that maybe I'm on like an ancient version of Firefox or something. It's possible. Let me see here. So I got that. Okay, so we have those in there. So then all that was to get back to here where we go policy. So this is the new thing I introduced. The new role. You're on Firefox 107. It works for, yeah, maybe I'm just on an ancient version of Firefox. It just doesn't do anything properly. Does it tell me? Can I be able to do about? I'm on Firefox 44. Yeah. So that probably explains it. Wow. That just shows you like how rarely I use Firefox. Because actually it's funny because the chat's not even like working, not loading in properly either, the background for the chat. That's funny. That's probably also why it won't update, because it's just so far out of date it doesn't even know. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I mean, basically that's all I have it for too, is just to do it for testing, and you can see I haven't been testing things in it for, much lately. I mean, once everything kind of moved over to like the Chromium engine and stuff, I haven't really cross-browser tested stuff in a long time because, everything's a variant of Chromium now, like Edge and Opera and everything. It's just Firefox is out there on its own, kind of just doing its own thing. Alright, so I did this. It is kind of sad, honestly, because Firefox was a major player, and arguably still is a major player in the browser stuff. It's just they didn't. I mean, they ran into the problem that I feel like we kind of ran into a little bit here with Glimish, is that they went into a period of not really updating that often, or the updates that came down weren't impactful enough, and they just kind of fell behind, you know what I mean? And people were just like, hey, I'm going to go to this other thing because, all these latest and greatest websites work better on it, and they run better, it doesn't take up all this memory, and, and they just kind of went and did their thing. I mean, you look at Opera GX, and I think the reason there's so many people on Opera GX is because their marketing's just been that much better. Especially, marketing towards gamers and stuff, and, performance and all this. And to be fair, they have some good features on there. I don't miss the features that are on there, but, I mean, others might, But now it's not, I don't even think, the browsers aren't even really competing on features anymore. They used to compete all the time on features. Now it's like very stagnant. Like everybody ran out of ideas. Sick of everything being based around Chromium. It is, it is starting to get a little long in the tooth. I agree. But it's also got, it's got momentum, right? That's the problem. It's got so many contributors to it, particularly when it comes to security and stuff, that it's kind of hard to justify using anything else for your engine. You know what I mean? I used to love bloaty Firefox. Oh, I mean, yeah, I Firefox was a lot better with the extensions and toolbars, though. I remember IE used to get really ridiculous with the toolbars. You have all these extensions, you have like 25 toolbars and stuff. Firefox at least kind of wrangled a lot of that stuff, I feel like. Try to go all minimalist like Chrome and then fizzled out. Yeah, well, again, I think it was more... Chrome had a moment there where they got really performant, and they really worked on their performance and really started to get web pages loading fast and doing all kinds of automatic, pushing you to HTTPS and all that stuff. And I think Firefox kind of languished behind with that. And then they spent, I feel like, I think if I remember correctly, they spent like 2 years or something kind of going through their engine and just trying to improve it and trying to improve the performance and the memory footprint and everything else. And they succeeded. By that point, Chrome had already kind of blown them by, and everybody had already moved on. And so it was kind of a death by many cuts, right? Where it's like they needed to do all that stuff in the engine, but they also needed to do something that was a little bit more visible to the users, so that the users could see like stuff was changing, because to the user they didn't see much. It was all under the cover stuff, So are we fastjet.com? Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, it was, and I think that was the problem, is that they just had that, they had a much needed, overhaul of their engine, but they didn't balance it with more visible stuff that the users could see and like features that the users could use. And so it ended up just lagging behind everything else, and people moved on. And it was, it's unfortunate, because you need to do that stuff. But that's why I always, in my day job, I'm always every release, I'm like, okay, we have all these features that you want to do, but there's also some, improvements we got to make. We got to mix the two, right? We can't just do all features. We got to do some of these other things too. Even though there's no bugs for these things, and we might introduce some bugs when we do this refactoring, it needs to happen, and we need a mixture of both. You need the new stuff and you need the refactoring, or else we're going to get to a point where we need to do a whole lot of refactoring, and that's going to be terrible from a user's perspective, because it's going to look like nothing has changed for them, and that their desires are falling on deaf ears, So you really have to balance the two, and you have to have someone there who's disciplined enough to keep pushing for, all right, you want 5 features, I want 1 or 2 refactorings. 5 features, 1 or 2 refactoring. Just keep that thing going. Always be refactoring, always be changing stuff under the covers. And then they turned extensions to shit. Yeah. I think Firefox should have... I feel like they should have just adopted Chrome's extension stuff and just called it a day. You know what I mean? There is no reason for them to have, other than engine reasons, for them to have a separate, have a separate extension stuff. But I mean, even if it is worse, it's popular, right? So it's one of those things where it's like, you can still have your extensions that are better in some way, but sometimes you just gotta bite that bullet and just be like, all right, we'll accept these other extensions because they're being updated more often, and and it's going to bring more people over because they can bring their extensions with them. You know what I mean? We're going to get more people using our browser because they can use the extensions that they're already familiar with. It's sucks from a product perspective, but sometimes you just kind of have to bite that bullet. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you just gotta let the garbage in, just because it'll get people to stay with your product, and then perhaps even allow extension makers to create extensions that are similar to the ones on the other platform, but are for your platform and are better or superior in some way because they've got people that they know are going to be on there using it. It's a tough one. It's a real tough one. Yeah. All right, so I've added it for GCT. I've added it for admin. Authorizations for those. And then that should be good there. And I've checked the, if I look at the channel title here, we have this can change flag, which is, where's channel title? Channel title, HTML. We look at that flag, tell us whether or not to show the edit button, and that flag is based on, I can't find anything in it. Channel title. That flag is based on, where we got amounts. This is if there's no user, it's false. If there is a user, we do that bodyguard permits. And so all I was missing was permissions, the authorization for GCT and admin. So in theory, when I run this, now that I've added those, when I run this test, the test should now succeed. Both tests that I added. Firefox needs a big selling point. They want to bring users back. Something Google will refuse to compete with. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they need... Yeah, they need some sort of innovation. Even if it's something that Google would copy. Like, I mean, it's, replication is the highest form of flattery kind of thing. Like, even if they come up with something that is really good enough that Google would copy it, it's better that they do that. Like, they just need to come up with something, some way of navigating, websites that helps to make sense of things. Like, I would say we have all these streaming sites, and I'm not talking like Twitch. I'm talking like Netflix and Hulu and Paramount Plus and Disney Plus and all these, you know, and what's the other one? HBO Max. You have all these like streaming sites, right? And I feel like if one of the browser makers would be like, we can figure out a way that we can save all your credentials for these sites and organize them in such a way that you can jump between these particular things easily. Like, say you want to say, like, say I want to search for a particular series. I heard about it on Twitter or something, like, oh, people are really into, but we'll just say Andor, right? And just say for some reason I didn't know what, you know, service that was on, right? Like, I go into the browser, I could type, you know, into like a section of it that has all my subscriptions, you know. I could type Andor and it would tell me, oh, that's on Disney Plus. You want to see that? Okay, there you go. Boom. Yeah. Or I want to see Orange is the New Black or whatever. Oh, that's on Netflix. You want to go see that? You know, boom. It's something that would consolidate all those things into one and then have all your credentials there and just allow you to just go seamlessly between one of those sites. Like, I think that's probably the next thing that browsers could do that would, I think, be something that users would latch onto. You know? Think cable TV, but internet. Everything old is new again, right? Google would come up with their own version in a day or two. Sure, that's fine. I mean, yeah, but it's also it sounds terrible. I put it that way. It sounds terrible. Well, I mean, we went from what 1,000 channels down to like a dozen. So I guess we're going in the right direction. But I think even if Google replicated that easily, which I'm not sure how much investment Google has in their browser. I'll be honest with you. I think they're very invested when it comes to security and stuff. I don't know how much investment they have as far as pushing HTML or pushing features. Right? Like, it used to be that everybody was like having their own HTML extensions and like, oh, we got this tag that we accept and we're going to push to W3C to accept this thing and accept that thing. And I think beyond just like video encoding and stuff, which, you know, because of YouTube and whatnot and the AV1 stuff, I don't know if they've pushed W3C that much anymore as to like having more features and things, more HTML5 stuff, or even for that matter, HTML6. Like, will there ever be an HTML6? Who knows? You know, it just seems like seems like everything just kind of got to a certain point and just stopped. You know, we've plateaued at some point here. And I think if Firefox were to come in and start pushing stuff like that, like, even if I think Firefox could, it's a living standard. Yeah, bullshit. I know they call it a living standard, but come on. Come on. No, it's I think if Firefox came in and started pushing more stuff as far as like how the internet works and how W3C and how HTML works and stuff like that, I think they would have something, right? If nothing else, they would get attention, they would get eyeballs back on them, which I think is more important than being the only one that's doing something at this point, right? If they can figure out a way to have all these streaming services have a common, for lack of a better term, API, a common way for you to navigate all of them, that could be potentially standardized. Have all these social media sites have a common carrier or a common language that they speak, so you could post something on Twitter and have it show up on all these other sites, and post something on another site, have it show up on Twitter, and then you could select an application based on the features it has rather than who's on it. If you could get back to that point where you're selecting applications based on features rather than who else has adopted it, then you can start to really have some competition again. And that's the problem right now, is the competition is all stagnated because, you may not like Twitter, but everybody's on it, right? You may not like Facebook, but everybody's on it, right? And you may want to, there might be a better solution to both of those things, but you need users, right? Whereas if you had a common protocol, there could be competition again between all those that have, and you could now select the thing that you like better. Back when there was competition between browsers, right? You selected the browser that you liked better, the browser that worked better on your machine. Now it's all stagnated, Getting away from the idea of web pages and having nodes. Sure. I mean, hell, we could go back to IRC if we wanted to. or Gopher. IRC or Gopher. That's basically, those were basically nodes just hanging around. I think it's less web pages and more web applications now, right? Hell, we call ourselves web application developers, right? But nobody calls YouTube a web application except developers. Users don't call YouTube a web application. Users don't call Twitch a web application, but they are, right? So maybe it's time to start treating them like applications and start treating the web like a common protocol again, They try, yeah, I know. They tried the offline web app thing and backed away from it. I know. And I think because Postman used to be an offline web app and now it's back online again. And I use that all the time when I'm like debugging web services and stuff. But the problem with Google, one of the problems with Google, is that they had the wrong idea about what they were trying to do. They were trying to have offline web apps because of the Chromebook. And when the Chromebook didn't really take off as well as they had hoped, they backed off the whole thing. On top of that, they have a culture of you only get promoted if you come up with the next best thing, right? So you end up with all these projects that are getting pushed heavily by managers or top level, developers for the sole purpose of them getting a promotion in the company. And as soon as that promotion comes down, the apps get abandoned. And so they have Google has a culture problem, right? Where it's, instead of, on the surface it sounds like a good idea because it's like, oh, we're going to encourage innovation, but all they really did was encourage fiefdoms. It is an odd way to get promoted. It is a very odd way to get promoted. I agree. Because again, it encourages in the moment bullshit artistry, right? Instead of long-term goals. It's all short-term. How do I get my, an extra 20 grand a year or whatever it may be. And some of that is the culture out in California too, because the small amount of experience I've had with companies that were based in California, they often do not, the technology companies often do not do salary increases every year. Like, they might do a cost of living increase occasionally, but very rarely. So what you see out there is you see a lot of people come in, they'll work for a company for 2 or 3 years, so it looks good on their resume, and then they'll move to another company. And they'll work there 2-3 years, and then move to another company, and they'll work there 2 or 3 years. Because each time they're moving, they're actually getting the pay raise that, someone like me would get yearly, right? Like, even just a cost of a living adjustment, and it's weird. Like, you don't see that quite as much on the East Coast. But on the West Coast, it seems like a very popular thing where it's like you constantly switch out the deck chair. And so because everyone's constantly moving, companies don't have to offer yearly raises. So the only way to get a raise is either you find another job or you get promoted title-wise, right? And so it kind of encourages this weird, like, temporary mindset where you do enough to increase your standing, and then you kind of relax again. And then you do enough to increase your standing, and then you relax again. Yeah, it's very weird. It's very, very weird out there. But, who am I to judge? I know the tech culture in the United States at least, between the East Coast and the West Coast is very different. And something that is weird to me is just normal for them. They thought it was weird that we didn't stay after work and go as a group to, like, the bar. And I'm like, most of the people I'm working with have families, and they'd like to go home and see them, right? So why would we constantly after work go as a group to the bar and stay there until closing time? And that was weird to the people out in California that we didn't do that. And I was like, I don't know why that's weird. These people have families. They want to see their families. And it's even weirder too, because they'll go home, see their families, and they'll be back in the next day at 8 a.m. instead of, come rolling in at 10 or 11, I don't know. Weird stuff. Anyway. We're there at least 11 years, hung out with people outside. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's fine when it's an occasional thing. And occasionally people do want to hang out. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just like it's not bred into the culture though. At least that I've seen on the East Coast anyway. Where it's like, you know, you're expected to do it every week or every day or, you know, every other day. It's like, no, it's just like every so often you go out. You might go out as a group for a couple drinks. Maybe you'll stay till closing time. Maybe it'll just be an hour or two and that's that, you know. These people 10 plus hours a day, that's enough. I think a lot of people agree with you. A lot of people agree with you. I certainly agree. Like, it gets to the point where you're just like, you know, just like I got my fill. I've gotten my fill of the work of the office. Let's go home and have a different change of scenery. All right, so our test succeeded, which means if I refresh this page, we now have the edit button here, which doesn't work in this ancient version of Firefox, but that's okay. But if I come over to here, it's now showing up in here, and it works. Boom. Oh, you know what? I should make sure it actually works. Yep, it does. Okay, good. Making sure. Does he get to cherry pick who comes and who doesn't? You don't want to go. Yep. Yeah, I get it. I get you. There are depending on where you work, there's some strong personalities. I tend to work at smaller shops, and I know, especially if it's like if you're still in that kind of small company mentality, if that's still going around, you could get some personalities that are pretty strong, and I'm being kind in the word with the word strong, but yeah, it can be a thing. It can wear thin very quickly. I worked at a startup that still had like the startup mentality. A couple years ago. Was it the last job I did? I think it was the last job I came from. So it was like 10 years ago at this point. And we went out as a group, as a whole company. We went out just to have, it was, you know, just a random one-off thing. They just wanted to kind of have a group outing at a bowling alley, which is pretty good. I mean, I have no problem with that. I like, you know, I like bowling and stuff. And there was food and drinks and all that stuff. So go out and we're all having fun and we're, you know, shooting the shit and, you know, just having a good time. And the salesman, like, you know, because the whole company came, we also had the sales people there. And I never, ever want to play any games with salespeople. Ever again. Ever again. Because they don't have the ability to turn it off. Right? That competitive streak that they have when they're doing sales, they just don't seem to have the ability to turn that off when you're in a casual game. Like, we're all having fun and we're just enjoying life, and they're up there like, come on, what's wrong? Why you guys suck? Why isn't this? Why we're losing by all this? I'm like, dude, who cares? We're strike it and we're having a good time. You know, nobody gives a damn about the score. You're the only one that gives a damn about the score. And I just made it my mission from that point on. This was actually not my last. It was the job before my last. So it was even like 15 years or something like that. Yeah, it's. I made it my policy from that point forward. Like, I will go out, you know, with groups, but if the salespeople are going to be there, I ain't participating in any games. whether it's axe throwing or pinochle or bowling, nothing, because they just do not. You know, you give them a little bit of liquor and they're just all in big old salesman mode. Like, everything's got to be a win. They can't possibly lose. It's like, just relax. We're all trying to relax. Oh, but you know, that's the way it is. It's when you're in those small companies like that, especially, it just gets the personalities are very strong. Very, very strong. Yeah, I have a work Christmas party coming up a couple weeks. 14th, maybe. They haven't finalized it yet. But yeah, we got our work Christmas party coming up, which will be the first time that we've had it since before the pandemic, because we canceled the last 2 years. 2 years, yeah. And this will be the first time that we've had it when we've all been working from home, because we used to all work in an office, and they decided that they didn't need that office anymore. They wanted to save some money, and so that was fine by me. So this will be that'll be interesting to get back together with everybody. You know, have a little Christmas lunch party thingy that's paid for by the company. It's always good. So you can set up your portfolio and start sending out resumes for remote jobs. Here's how that work environment will be. I think I mean, for me, it was pretty easy to make the transition. For people who, like, I get that. I feel like if there's people coming out of college or something, it'll be incredibly weird for them, and they probably won't like it that much, because there is there's something to be said to be in an office and have people readily available that you can bounce ideas off of without having to call them over Teams or whatever, or chat with them over Teams. So there is something to be said for that, especially when it comes to mentoring and stuff. I haven't had to mentor anybody over remote. I'm not sure how that would. I would imagine it probably works okay, because really my mentoring style is more of a tell me what Google search terms you put in, and let's go from there. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It'll be I imagine it'll be interesting. The hardest part is, at least for me, has been concentrating. Which, to be fair, I was having problems concentrating even in the office. And we had cubicles, so it wasn't like an open office plan or anything. But even in the office, I had problems just kind of focusing. And as I get older, it's gotten worse. So what I do is I try to, like, there's apps and stuff I forget what they call them. There's apps that will have like timers on them that you can start the timer and you can say, okay, this is my focus time. I'm going to focus for an hour. And then the app will like set off an alarm, and then you take like a 10-minute break or a 20-minute break, whatever. Then you come back and then you focus again for another hour or something. So it's like kind of an off and on thing. And those can help. For me, it's just like, I just need to turn on, like, I'll just go on YouTube and I'll type in like Mirror's Edge original soundtrack, and I'll just listen to video game music that has no words in it, and and that just somehow gets me into a mode where I can go, like, focus and at least for an hour or so. It's the hardest part of that is, like, if you focus for too long, you wear yourself out really quickly, and then it's harder to get back into focus mode again, you know? You never worked in tech and you've never been in an office, it'll be culture shock. Yeah. Yeah. It's not as bad as it may seem at first. There's a lot of weirdness that happens, you know, but it's not as you know, the personalities are a little bit different, certainly. But you kind of, the adjustment period is usually not too bad. The hardest part is really coming to terms with the meetings and stuff. Because a lot of times, like, much of my days are spent in meetings. Whether it's something that I'm working on or something someone else is working on, and they need more, and they want more input and stuff. And so the hardest part of that is trying to plan out your day such that you have some time where you can focus and actually do some coding. Because there will be days where the meetings are spread out all across the day, and there's just no time for you to focus. So you just kind of like shrug your shoulders and go, well, what do I do? You know? And the worst part of that is you'll have one of those days, and then the next day you'll come in, you'll have your, you know, morning stand up, and they'll say, you know, what did you work on? You're like, well, I was mostly in meetings yesterday. I didn't really get anything done. And every time you do it, you feel terrible because, you know, but it's life. It's the way it works, you know? Sometimes you just can't get something accomplished, and sometimes it's your fault and sometimes it's just not. You know? It's just the way it goes. Speaking of getting something accomplished, what are we working on today? Well, let's see. I'm fixing this bug that I introduced, which I have the S4 now. This looks like this is working. So that's good. And the tests have passed. So I think we're good there. So what I'm going to do is get this out there and have it ready to go. So let me run the whole test suite. Is there any other tests I need? I think those are the only tests I needed for the edit button. So I'll run the whole test suite here. And we'll see what happens. So I have this. So this is, I think, pretty well fixed. So I'll get this out there with the pull request. And then the next thing is I want to take another peek at the payments issue, potential issue see if I can make sense of it. I don't think I'm going to fix it. At least not on stream, but I at least want to look it over and see if it makes sense to me what's going on. So that'll only be a couple minutes. And then my thought was there's two things I got going on. One of those was to oops. There's that here. So I had proposed highlighting new streamers with a tag and a filter option. So I want to start working on that. The other thing is the poll that I put up on Twitter. It still technically has a day left, but it's pretty well skewed towards I should do some more work. So I'd asked on Twitter, how would people feel about being able to like individual chat comments? And there's a significant amount, like 75%, basically saying either yes, please, or I'm intrigued, tell me more. And yeah, there's like 23 hours left, but I don't think this will skew much beyond that. I can at least put some more info out there. So I think I'll go and put something on Building Glimish about it, so we can work that out tonight, what that should look like or what I'm thinking of. And I'll put that out on Building Glimish and see what kind of response I get. And that might be for like a next week or something. And then we'll see. I think that'll be enough for tonight. I think just trying to get this other thing started might take me through the rest of the night. Where's the tab at? Yeah, the the heck is it? The highlight new streamers. I think this will probably get me through the rest of the night potentially. But we'll see. If there's more time left, then I'll pick someone else up. First thought of something like Discord with a reaction type thing. I have thought that too. I was thinking about like maybe having a reaction thing on there. But I think what I want to do, I think I want to start out simple, and then we can see about having reaction stuff. So I think whatever I put in place for that will probably make reactions possible as well. So we'll see. I wanted to kind of just keep it simple and see what people think about it. Because my whole idea was, I know that there are. I don't want to name any names, but I know that there are streamers that they get a little bit frustrated when they don't have a lot of interaction, and lurkers are the backbone of every streaming platform. We all know that. That's not to say that everybody has to accept that fact. It's just that it is what it is. And I feel like, as someone who lurks a lot, I feel like if I can do either like a reaction or just being able to do a like, just be able to click on a comment, and say that I like it, that at least I can interact with the chat without incurring the responsibility of having to respond. You know what I mean? Like I can continue to lurk without having to worry about it. Because a lot of times, someone might be saying something in chat, or the streamer might be saying something, and I might be able to chime in. But if I chime in, I'm opening myself up to additional questions or additional feedback, and I kind of have to monitor it then, and I don't have the bandwidth to do that. I'm like, I have it off on a tab somewhere and I'm watching, but I'm also doing work or doing something else. And so for me, if someone says something in chat or something that I agree with or whatever, and I can react to it, I can just kind of hit the like button on it. And then I can continue to lurk because nobody knows who hit the like button on it. But the streamer knows that there are people watching and people interacting still because they can see something on the screen happening. And that's what I kind of have to figure out is what's going to happen. What happens when you like something? And they can they understand that, people are watching, people are still invested in the stream, but they just might not be in a spot where they can, interact more than just a reaction of some kind. So we'll see. We'll see on that. The other thing is too, I've started to take some steps towards getting the integrating with Tenor and trying to get a GIFs in chat. So I've got I went and I think I generated an API key for myself, but it's Google and who the hell knows what I did because their dashboard is like the most confusing thing I ever have to deal with. But I generated an API key. Whether or not the API key will work is another story. So I will, I have that in there. So, and I've brought down a Tenor.js file or library that will make it really simple to communicate with Tenor over JavaScript, which is mostly what we'll be doing. And then I started to look at the chat a little bit, see what it would take to, integrate that with chat. And I think it'll be fairly straightforward. It's a little bit weird because basically we have the ability in there already to have replacement tokens. That's how we do the that's how we do the emotes and stuff. And so I think I can just kind of do the same thing that we do with emotes, but it'll have its own special token, Tenor token kind of thing. And probably can just integrate it that way, and then we'll see what comes out. I think that'll probably be the hardest part of it. From what I've seen, the hardest part of it's going to be probably just getting the chat bubbles to follow the link and bring back the GIF. So we'll see on that one. The problem with the Tenor.js library though is it does not have a UI, so I do have to create a UI for it. But I'm thinking that's not going to be too terrible. So we'll see on that, because I just basically going to be just like a pop-up menu. I think just like anything else. I just have to, I'll try to stick as much as I can to pure JavaScript when I do it. I'll have to use a little bit of Bootstrap probably, but I'll stick to as much as, I'll try to do as little Bootstrap as I can and as much JavaScript as I can, and we'll see what comes out the other side of that. So, but we'll see. I like to maybe get some movement on that too. So those are the goals tonight. If my brain will allow me to do those things, then we'll be good. All right, so we had 10 failures, which is what I expect. They're probably all Stripe. So Stripe. Because I don't have an API token for Stripe, so all those calls fail. which is the next thing I should do. I should probably sign up for an API token for Stripe so I can run these tests and also, you know, do the maybe debug them. Let's do code quality. Found no issues. Okay. Get status. Where are we at here? All right, good. So let's fill this server. Status. We're on this branch. So git commit. Fix for stream title and edits button. Stream title tags edit button not showing for GCT and admin. And admin roles. Okay. Status. Alright, so git add. Oh. What did it? I did the commit, but it didn't commit anything because I didn't add anything. Duh. Try that again. Boom, there we go. Alright, git push set up stream origin fix what did I call this? GT and then get my password here. And paste that in there. Okay. Why it told me. I don't know why it's reminding me about creating a pull request. I guess because I called it fix. Interesting. I don't think it does that otherwise. Anyway. Let's go to here. Alright, we'll do a pull request. Discover GCT and admin roles. Fixes. $887. GT and admin roles should now be able to use the channel edit button again. The new editor role changes had introduced a new role, and that was not given a new bodyguard role, and I neglected to add the T and admin roles to that new role. And what do we got here? So we changed this. We added this line and we added this line, so GCT and admin. And then we added tests for both of those. And admin. So good, and we're saying it fixes 887, which is the bug I just opened, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, 887. Okay. And create pull request. And now it'll run through its checks. And hopefully everything will be good. Basically it's going to run a build and a mix test and all that stuff that I just ran. So hopefully everything goes through. Sometimes it fails randomly, so we'll see. Anyway, while that's going on, and then if I go over here and I look at, so the pull request is there, it's running, it's in progress. And then, so my other ones are here and ready to go. They haven't been merged yet. Look at issues. Yeah, it says that there's one pull request linked to that. There we go. Cool. All right. I did everything. I wrote it correctly, is what I was making sure of there. Okay, so I want to switch over to check out dev here. And now I want to do this one. So highlight new streamers with a tag and filter option. Let's do well, wait, before I do that, let's get the start this. I don't think I need to start the server up. Let me just look at the code here on dev. I want to try to figure out what's going on with the payment stuff. So here's what I know. Well, here's what I've been able to determine based on what I've looked at, and I want to see maybe something will jog in my mind here as we go through this. So we have a payments thing, right? Finish payments, platform supporter, blah blah blah. Well, everything goes through Stripe. Where's that at? Stripe API reference. Okay. We have a subscription object. Where was the thing? So cancel a subscription. So we're talking about basically canceling subscriptions has a little bit of an issue. So no, so cancel a subscription cancels a customer subscription immediately. The customer will not be charged again for a subscription. Note, however, any pending invoice items that you've created will still be charged for at the end of the period. Any pending prorations will also be left in place and collected at the end of the period, but if the subscription is set to cancel immediately, pending prorations will be removed. This is not the flow that we're going through, though. What we're going through, from what I saw, was we're doing an update to subscription. And we're setting this cancel at period end here. Right? So essentially we're saying don't cancel it today. Cancel it when the subscription period would end. Which is fine. That's exactly what you want, right? You want to be able, if you're canceling something, you're really canceling it for the next period, not for the current period. You still have the benefits of it till the end of the month, essentially. So what we have, so we got this cancel at period end is the important thing here. If I look in the database, and this is just my local database, so I'm not looking at anything, I'm not streaming anything that's personal information or anything like that. I look at, what was it called? It's subscriptions. Select all from subscriptions. So I threw a thing in here just on my own when I was testing something else. So this is just test data. But this basically has all the subscription data, what user is the subscriber, and then what stream they've subscribed to. And then product price, subscription ID, period end, all that's from Stripe. Whether or not it's active, when it started, when it's going to end, and then the price, fees, all that stuff. But then you've got is canceling, which is a flag that is important in this because that's what gets set when you say you're ready to cancel something. And then the from user ID was added for gifting. So if it came from someone else, this would say who gifted it to. So we have that. So what it looks like we do is we use Stripe webhooks, which makes this a really difficult thing to kind of test because it's an incoming webhook that we're kind of testing. And I don't know if their dev environment provides you a way to test incoming stuff, but we'll see. There is a test webhooks thing that I haven't really looked at. So you got all the webhook stuff. So if I go to test webhook, install Stripe CLI, forward events to local webhook endpoints. Webhook signing secret, okay. Use events flag to forward specific events in the comma separated list. Okay. Load from webhooks API and forward to flags, okay. When the Stripe trigger checkout session completed command simulate an event that occurs when customer payment is successful. Intent succeeded. You can trigger events. So this would be the important thing. It's like having Stripe actually trigger its update event based on cancellation stuff and seeing what we get back. Because what's happening is, I look at Stripe here. So we have rate pay, complete session, donation. Where is it? This is doing all the communications with Stripe. Fees. And then there is so there's webhooks, which is a job that runs. It calls process webhook new. I don't know why there's a webhook handler here, but it does the same thing. So I don't know why there's two of them doing the same thing, but they all fire off process webhook. And so basically what happens is whenever we receive a communication from Stripe in the form of a webhook, it comes into here and then we try to process it. So if I go to payments here and I say, all right, I want to cancel a subscription that is somewhere here. You got resubscribe, you got unsubscribe. Yeah, you got unsubscribe, which is basically what you did. And so that calls Stripe with an update. And it sets the cancel a period end to true. Basically, just telling Stripe, the end of this current period, cancel this subscription. And then if that comes back, with that, and so it does that, and then it does update subscription, which is on our side, where it sets the database to say is canceling to true, and it gets the ended at time when that's going to end. As far as I can tell, those two things are working correct. Like it's doing the correct period end, it's setting the flag to is canceling true. So what this says is then basically we send a signal to Stripe, and then when the last day of that subscription comes up, Stripe is then supposed to send us a signal via a webhook. Say, hey, these things are now canceled. And it should come as a subscription update, from what I can tell. So then that comes into this process webhook. And in here, we have process event, and we look at different events that come in. There's an account updated, session completed, means somebody paid, invoice created, invoice paid, payment succeeded, and then subscription updated. And I think this is what's coming back to us. And which is, and here's the weird thing, like looking at the Stripe documentation, it's the Stripe documentation is pretty good, but where it really fails is telling you exactly what flows happen when. You kind of have to jump around a bunch before it tells you, like, in this scenario you get this, in that scenario you get that. So it's possible that we're just missing some scenario here, because you got the updated, but you also have deleted. And I don't know when this is supposed to actually happen. I don't know if that's like, I don't know. I don't know when this is supposed to actually happen. But from what I can tell from the documentation, this should be what we're getting. And then you can see we're handling different statuses that come back. So canceled, unpaid, trialing, active, incomplete, expired. Which, if we get this back, it just means that it never went through correctly in the first place. So, you know, we just kind of clean it out. But what we should be getting back from it is cancel, from what I can tell. There's a couple statuses, and they explain them in here. More parameters. Where was that explained at? Subscription objects. Okay, here we go. Status. Possible values are incomplete, incomplete expired, trialing, active, past due, canceled, or unpaid. For collection method charge automatically, a subscription moves into incomplete if the initial payment attempt fails. Subscription in this state can only have metadata and default source updated. Once the first invoice is paid, the subscription moves into active state. First invoice is not paid within 23 hours. The subscription transitions to incomplete expired. So that's where we had the incomplete expired thing. This is a terminal state. The open invoice will be voided and no further invoices will be generated. Okay. A subscription that's currently in trial period is trialing and moves to active when the trial period is over. We don't have anything that does that. So we just kind of, if we get that back, we just say, okay, kill it. We just ignore it, really. If a subscription collection method charge automatically becomes past due, when payment to renew it fails and canceled or unpaid, depending on your subscription settings, when Stripe has exhausted all payment retry methods. Okay. Goes past due, and then it goes to canceled or unpaid. Alright. The subscription collection method send invoice. It becomes past due when its invoice is not paid by due date and canceled or unpaid if it's still not paid by an additional deadline after that. Note that when a subscription has a status of unpaid, no subsequent invoices will be attempted. I'm pretty sure we're doing charge automatically. So I think it's what we should be getting back is either canceled or unpaid. Which I would think it would be canceled. I would think it'd be unpaid if it was canceled before any payment went through. But for 99.999%, I would say it's probably the payment's gonna go through, and then you cancel it the next day. It would go to canceled, I would think. So that's what I've gathered there. But regardless, whether it's canceled or unpaid, we do this process unsuccessful renewal. We get the subscription, and then we call cancel. And here in cancel, we do update subscription, which is on our side of the fence. We set the is canceling flag to false, and we set is active to false. Now, somehow, in certain cases, this is not running. Also, I don't know why we're looking at Stripe error. I suspect that was just a copy-paste error, because I don't think this will ever be true. But regardless, that seems like a copy-paste problem. Because update subscription does not return that at all. So it was probably just a copy-paste no think. So the best guess I can come up with, and this like is just a simple update to the database, right? So either the subscription ID that we're getting back isn't found in our database for some reason. Or we're just not going through this cancel flow at all. which means we go back to the process webhook here, and we're getting some kind of status that doesn't make it, that we're not handling. And I don't know what that could be. So either it might not even be status. It might be just some other webhook category that we don't handle. So we got customer subscription updated, and then we got customer subscription deleted, where we handle canceled unpaid here. We don't handle incomplete expired, which maybe, I mean, the hard part here is figuring out which one of these actually comes back, if any of these. Because there are only certain statuses that, according to their documentation, these are the only statuses that can come back. So, if that's the case, then it's likely that we're getting some different category of thing coming back that we're not handling. And I don't know, customer subscription deleted and customer subscription updated. So if I look for this event, that's the word I'm looking for, events. If that is, so can I find that event somewhere here? Here we go, types of event. The customer subscription updated occurs whenever a subscription changes, switching from one plan to another or changing the status from trial to active. Okay. Customer subscription trial will end. We don't do trial periods. Pending update expired, pending update applied. So here you go. Customer subscription deleted. Occurs whenever a customer subscription ends. So you would think that deleted is what's coming back. It's just whenever a customer subscription ends. Although it's very ambiguous, right? Because like you've got updated, because technically a subscription changed. You know, because it says like switching from one plan to another or changing the status from trial to active, which technically you would be changing the status. So it's like, am I getting updated back or am I getting deleted back? Because deleted sounds like it should happen when the subscription ends. Right? So, or am I getting both? You know? Maybe they're sending us both and it's really causing us problems or something. Customer subscription created. That's all for subscriptions though. Let's see if there's anything else. Charge refunded, charge pending. Charge expired. Then you got invoices. So this is whenever the invoice deleted is whenever draft invoice is deleted, which is not this case. Invoice updated. Payment intent. Payouts. I don't think these are it. Quotes. We got reporting. Subscription schedule. I don't think that would be it either. Yeah, so my best guess. I'm gonna bet. We'll see. Update it. I think as soon as we send the update that we would get a webhook back that says that the subscription was updated. So what happens when we send that update out? We say unsubscribe, we send an update out. Right. Update a subscription. And we're telling it to update to cancel a period end. So my thought, and maybe this is, and this is something we'd have to test, I guess. My thought is as soon as this update goes through, Stripe is going to, the webhook is going to call us back and say, this subscription was updated. Right? So us doing this and then doing this seems wrong. Potentially. Because if we send this out and Stripe never acknowledges the update that we just did, we could theoretically update the database to say that this has been canceled, even though it really hasn't, and the charges are still going through. Right? So my thought is that you would send this out, and then this process webhook would eventually get this customer description updated. But then, but maybe not, because it would be, the status wouldn't change, right? The status would be, because they don't have a status. This is what's weird. This is what's really weird, because I feel like Stripe maybe has done something wrong on their side, where they should have a status here that's like pending cancel or something. Because if they had that, then you could say, okay, you acknowledge that there's a pending cancellation. I can now update my records to say that there's a pending cancellation, right? And they don't seem to have that. And I think that's a boo-boo on their side. Because you want that back and forth. You want that, I just did something, please acknowledge that I just did something. You know what I mean? Where's the update a subscription? Cancel a period end. Boolean indicating whether the subscription should cancel at the end of the current period. That's it. Alright, well, okay, in fairness, it does return an updated subscription object if the call succeeded. Alright. So it is, I mean, it is acknowledging right away that the call succeeded. So over here, we're saying if we get an okay back, then continue to the next part of this. So I guess, so, okay. Okay, fair enough. They do acknowledge immediately that the update happened. Okay. This is fine then. And we're pulling the current period end off the Stripe sub that came back from it. The updated subscription that came back, information that came back. So, and that seems to be updating correctly, so, okay. Fine there. The question really is, which one of these is actually coming back? And my feeling is that it's probably coming back with this. Customer subscription deleted. We're handling the canceled status and the unpaid status. We're not handling the incomplete expired, which would be really weird for that to be the one coming back. But I mean, that's the only other one that I could think of that would come back there from that. And regardless, they're all going through the same process, unsuccessful renewal. They should be getting updated. They should be getting updated with is canceling false and is active false, which is the more important part. Setting the active to false. This is just a simple update too, so I don't. The only thing I could think of is, well, there's, I mean, obviously, we're getting a status that we're not handling. I'm wondering if we should even be looking at that. Like, if we get this back, shouldn't we just do this regardless of what status came back? Because I mean, it's because Stripe is literally telling us this subscription no longer exists, right? So, like, maybe we should just, if we get this at all, don't even look at status, just process unsuccessful renewal, and call it a day. All right, because according to their documentation, this literally only comes back yeah, customer subscription deleted. Occurs when a customer subscription ends. Like, that's it. Their subscription is ended. So it really doesn't matter what status came back, right? It's like they're literally telling us the subscription is ended. So my guess is we can just get rid of this case statement altogether and just say payments process unsuccessful renewal subscription ID and be done with it. I mean, one way or the other, Stripe just told us this thing is gone. There's no other status that they could send us to be like, psych, it's not really gone. Right? gone, but it's not gone, you know? I bet that's what it is. I bet there's no status coming back. It's nil. And so these are never running. And again, all this does is update our side of the fence. Stripe is updated. Stripe is already, should not be billing anymore, which is the good part. So at least we're not accidentally billing people when we shouldn't be. It's just that we're not updating our side. I bet that's what it is. How do I test that? So in order to test that, I have to, first of all, I have to get a dev key, which shouldn't be too bad. But then I gotta trigger their webhook. I'll probably have to do like Stripe trigger and then checkout session deleted, and then see that come back, and then I'll know then based on what comes back from that if they have any status even set, and I'll bet they don't. Okay. My programmer senses are tingling. I think that might be what's causing the issue. I'll bet. Huh. Well, I'm gonna need to write like a test for that and stuff. Okay. We'll put a thumbtack in that, because that's gonna require me to do some extra setup and all that stuff. But this might be a thing. I don't want to put a bug in for it yet either, because I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure that it's a thing until I make a test that actually proves that it's a thing. Okay. So I'll put that on the back burner. That's good, because talking it out actually helped a lot. Because now I wasn't sure before when I was looking at it earlier, like what would be, like is it just a different event coming in that we're not handling? But no, I think it's just that we're handling the event, but we're not triggering off a status that doesn't mean anything, at least on the Stripe side of things. So I think that might be the thing. I think that might be it. I'm feeling a little bit confident about that. We'll see. Anyway. Next on our list. Let's do, before I jump into the highlight new streamers, I think we should make a Building Glimish post about the whole topic. I think it's pretty clear people want to know more. So, yeah, looks like we're still at 75%. Or thereabouts. Yep, alright. 22 hours left. It's probably going to be as much as it's going to be. So, liking individual chat comments. Let's design this a little. What do I want to do? I want to, let me run the server here so I can get some screenshot. Let's switch over to another station here. Calming cinematics. I don't know if I want calming cinematics. barely playing anything. Uh, lo-fi beats. VHS. Well, okay. I guess. Some of these categories are interesting. VHS category? Anyway. What do we got here? Oh, that's the PCT. Looking over here. Cool. All right. This is a test. Is another test. This is still another test. I've got everything turned on too, so we can see the full bubble. So screenshot here of just the chat area. Screenshot of just the chat area without going off the screen. There you go. And look over here. Let's do new wireframe. Not what I wanted to do. New project. Try that. Okay. So, use this. What do we got here? Save this as like, comments. All right then. There's a big question right there, is where the hell do I put it? So obviously we need something to click on. But good lord, where do I put it? Click on it. I think, you know, it's probably better to do this in the browser here. Let's see. Chat message. Chat. Where's the... Not on this page, is it? video column. And chat column. Here we go. Chat live. Index. User. Turn out user. So live index. Oh, here it is. Index HTML. There we go. Let's see. The first thing I want to do is one of the changes I made on another branch, and I want to let the chat expand, and I think it's in chat SDSS here. Now chat messages. Okay, here we go. I want to make the max width 95%. So do that. Won't change these much, but we'll change them if I do a longer. Stretches out a little bit longer. There we go. So out to 95% it goes now. This is a little bit more room. Now I need to figure out where the hell to put this thing at. I don't want to put it up here, because I don't want it to get confused with all the moderator stuff, even though normal users aren't going to see the moderator stuff. I guess I could put it at the bottom of the chat bubble on its own line. People are used to seeing stuff like that. But it does make the chat bubble taller, which is a complaint that we've had. Let's see. If I do... Right. Come over here. And we got channel header. That's all the moderator stuff. Timestamp. Messages. So is this the div? This is the end of the bubble div, right? That message. Header bubble. Where the hell is the one that references bubble? Oh, here it is. Here, bubble U, bubble mention. Okay. So it's this div. Got it. So class user message. Chat message is followed message or subscription message. Username and avatar. Render. Chat message tokens. That's actually rendering the message. Okay. So if I were to put give a class let's say user message footer here. I don't know if I need to put the unless there. Well, they do have it there, so we'll say that. Unless opt out do the inline AMD block. All right, and then guess we'll just do icon class FAS or they are FA like. I don't know if that's the right class or not. Oh. Font awesome. A art maybe. We'll try like. Yeah, art. Yeah, FAR for FA regular, FA hearts. On the wrong thing here though. 515.4. Yep, FAR, FA hearts. And then there's the solid variant of it. I actually don't, well. Yeah, we'll go with that for the outline. But if you select it, I want it to actually be the glimish heart. Adding a like button, yes. Yes. Alright, let's see what this looks like. I have a feeling it's going to look like crap. But let's see. You know, people are going to, it has to be able to do all the React icons too. Yeah, no, and that's fine. I know I'm opening up the floodgates for it, but I think we can start here and then see what people feel like. If they feel like they want all the reactions, then I can add those in. If they feel like this is good enough, then that's good too. You know, I'm not too concerned about that. What I'm more concerned about is whether or not it actually if it's not too busy and stands out. Where'd the idea for it come from? It was just something that I was thinking about, and I put a thing out on Building Glimish for. Where's it at here? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I haven't put a Building Glimish thing out yet for it. Sorry. No, it was something I was thinking about, and I put a poll out on Twitter, asking people what they thought. And roughly 75% of the people want more information. They either thought it would be cool or they want more information. So I just kind of did an informal poll just to see if it was even worth putting a Building Glimish thing out. And right now I'm coming up with a design for it to put on Building Glimish so that people can have their feedback on it. What to do? That's what I'm coming up with right now. That's what I'm coming up with now, is what does it do and what does it look like. So let's go here. So does this. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess that's fine for a mock-up. I think, okay, let's do here's what we'll do. I need a little bit more room there. So user message footer, let's put that in chat here. User message. User message footer. Footer. That margin top 5 pixels. Got a little bit of space there. I'm forgetting that this exists. Well, and I mean, that's kind of the other thing that put me onto it, was like, I know there's a lot of reaction images that exist, but the problem is, for someone who's lurking, it kind of breaks the veil of lurking, because now everybody's like, oh, he's chatting in chat now. And so now people who maybe didn't know you were in chat are like saying hi to you, and you kind of have to say hi to them back so you're not impolite. And, you know, it kind of breaks that veil, and you may not be able to, you may not be in a position where you can do that. You know what I mean? Where you need to focus on something, but this way here, by having a reaction, no one knows who did the reaction, just that it happened, and you can just kind of do it real fast and then get back to whatever you're trying to focus on. You know what I mean? Like it's like a way of letting the streamer know, let other people know that you're paying attention, but you're not in a position where you can have a conversation per se. You know what I mean? It'd be anonymous. To an extent, yes. So that's kind of what I'm figuring out on in my mind right now, because I think from the perspective of the streamer and the rest of the chat and the rest of the viewers, it's anonymous. But I think there will still be like a record in the database saying that you liked it, but it's only there just to display the UI correctly. In other words, if you come back onto the page later on, like you go, you like something and then you leave the stream and you come back later on and that comment just happens to still be on the stream, on visible, you'd still want to see that you liked it, maybe. You know what I mean? So oh no, as far as anonymous is concerned, I mean, I don't mean anonymous as in not logged in. You have to be logged in to use this, because yeah, it would be a mess if you could do it when you weren't logged in. I meant anonymous as in no one knows who clicked the like button, basically, right? So it wouldn't be obvious that you clicked it. Like in Discord, I think like if you do a reaction or something, people could see that you did the reaction, as long as there's not a lot of people who did it, right? But once it gets to a certain, like, once there's like 3 or 4 people or something like that, it switches over to like this person and 10 others or whatever. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm just going to let it be a thing that is just there and, doesn't link. You're not directly linked to it, per se. You don't know who is... Oh, you can still click it to see the full list of Discord? Oh, okay. Yeah. If you don't know who is abusing it, you can't ban them. Well... Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if this is something that... I don't know if this constitutes abuse. Someone's clicking like on every chat message. Well, I don't know. I think we're stretching the definition of abuse at that point. Well, I get that some streamers might get annoyed, but this is going to be something that they have to turn on, right? I'm not going to have it on by default. They're going to have to turn it on in their chat, and if they get annoyed by it, they can turn it off. I think that's fair. You know what I mean? Because again, this is one of those things where, because I know we've got a lot of complaints about our chat takes up too much space, and this is just going to be one more thing that takes up another line in the chat. So for people who really don't like how expanded and blown out the chat is, they can just turn it off and not give it another thought. I feel like I think that's fair enough. Or I should say they just don't turn it on, because it'll be off by default. And it's one of those. There's part of me that's like, maybe this should be on by default, because we're at a point where we're asking streamers to remember to turn on all kinds of things. And there's a lot of knobs, switches, and buttons. And a lot of things that we're asking them to turn on are things that would actually be good for their for interaction perspective. But I don't know. There's the other part of me that's like, yeah, it's better to just make it opt-in. Better to be off by default. Because you're at a point where we're introducing features that actually might help them have more interaction with the chat, but we're having them off by default. And that's kind of it's a weird one, right? It's like, which way do you go on that? Do you lean towards more interaction, assuming that most people will want that, or do you say no, this way and always this way? Opt in and always opt in. I don't know. There's potential for spamminess, but I think the risk is low. Yeah. And I guess it really depends on, I don't know. And it's a hard one. This is kind of why I threw it out there. And again, I'm just going to throw this out on Building Glimish and get some feedback on it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to develop this tonight. I'm going to let it sit out there for a couple weeks and see what people think. That's why there's so many meetings at work. Yeah. Aside from making quick polls, it just doesn't seem useful enough to justify the space. It needs a deeper purpose. Yeah. I mean, I agree on principle. Can you look up liked messages? Well, I was thinking of putting stuff on the statistics page, like number of messages that were liked and total likes. But I wasn't necessarily thinking of having it be like having you be able to see the actual comments that were liked. Now, I mean, that said, I was also thinking when you like a comment, maybe the whole comment the bubble gets a border on it. You know what I mean? So that if someone like in chat is maybe giving good advice or something, like if you have like backseat, if you allow backseating in the game that you're playing, and someone in chat's giving you good advice, you could like it, and it would be more visible to the streamer, maybe. You're comparing it most to Twitter. Well, and that's sort of where I got the idea from. I also got the idea from YouTube, because I think in YouTube streams you can like comments. I don't know what it does when you like them. I don't know if it does anything at all. But I think that's a thing you can do on YouTube as well. And I kind of like the idea of it just from someone who lurks a lot. Like it's kind of a low effort way for me to say that I'm paying attention, but I can't chat right now, kind of thing. I think mods can like messages and then they show up as a stream overlay or like a pinned comment. Well, that could be a thing too. Like I can open this up to the API and let bots look at like not specifically who liked it, but look at how many likes a comment has. And then maybe a bot could put that on the screen or something and say like, hey, if a comment gets like 10 likes, then it gets onto the screen or something like that. You know what I mean? Could do something like that too. I'll leave it up to the bot authors to come up with something that they think will be interesting with it. Yeah, I think there's possibilities here. My goal, honestly, is to just... So, again, without using any names, there's a couple streamers that I know that that I were following that were kind of like, they're kind of frustrated by not having chat interactions. And we all know that lurkers are prevalent everywhere, and they're very important. And I have no problem with lurkers, and I think most people don't. But there are people who thrive on interaction, and they really want their streams to be interactive. And I feel like this is another way for them to have some sort of interaction. Another way to encourage interaction from lurkers without making them feel like they can't lurk. You know what I mean? Lurkers probably wouldn't even use it if they are lurking. Well, yes and no. I think, because, you know, I like to lurk a lot. And to me, the reason I often don't participate in chat, lurkers are usually away doing other things. Well, I mean, that's true. That's true. But I'm thinking of the case like a lot of times I'll have a stream going on my other monitor and I'll be doing something else. And I might be in the middle of something where I don't want to chat. Like, I want to participate, but I don't want to chat because it opens me up to having to respond to chat and having to respond to the streamer and all that stuff. But if I had something like this where I could just say like, hey, I'm paying attention and, you know, but I can't chat right now, and I could just kind of react to things, it doesn't break the veil of lurking for me personally. So I can kind of just do that real fast and get back to what I'm doing. And then later on, maybe I have a chance to actually interact in the chat properly. Because that's always the thing that keeps me from chatting with people, is like I'm always afraid that like I'm going to put a chat message in and then I'm going to get pulled away and then someone's going to be responding to it and then I'm not there to continue the chat, and it feels like I did a drive-by, you know what I mean? You know, I did a drive-by chat. I didn't mean to do a drive-by chat. Just, you know, it's one of those things. You don't always want to start a full-blown conversation. Yeah, and I mean that's kind of what got me on the thought process. But again, like I said, I'm gonna put this on Building Glimish, and by all means, everyone just like hammer away at it and say, you know, what do you think? What do you think about it? Because it's definitely something that's there's going to be a lot of different opinions, and I want to hear all those opinions, because I'm not sure myself if this is worth it or not, you know? That's why I put the poll out on Twitter, because I was like, I mean, I have a lot of bad ideas, and I don't have anyone to ping the bad ideas off of before I put them out there. So I kind of was like, let me just throw this out there and see if it's a bad idea, or if, you know, there's something to it, you know what I mean? So that was the idea. Again, not going to develop this tonight. I'm going to let it sit out there for a couple weeks so everybody can get some thoughts in on it. I'm just, right now, all I'm doing right now is I'm trying to make screenshots. That's why I'm doing this right now, because it's easier. I feel like a picture's worth 1,000 words, and it's easier to kind of like make some screenshots and people can see what I'm talking about. So we'll do, it doesn't have to be perfect, but I'll do like that maybe, and take a screenshot of this. This is like the off state, so hasn't been liked. I'm just going to shove this in here for right now. Keep them somewhere. And then you'd float it to the bottom right corner so it doesn't make a new line unless the very last line is filled. See, the problem is it is a new line. Like, I put it in a new div. So, I mean, I could float it right. Let's see what that looks like. If I float this right. Because I put it in its own div here. Because this is the message. The chat message. And then this is the new div for it. So I could do... it's just... float right? Is that what it is in Bootstrap? It just float right? I gotta learn this Tailwinds thing too. I've never used Tailwinds, and I'm looking at the documentation. I'm like, I still don't understand what the F Tailwinds is. It's like, at least the Bootstrap documentation, they have examples in there, and Tailwinds doesn't have any freaking examples. It's just like, we just do stuff. You just do stuff. That's all. It's like, damn it. What? What do you do? Well, right? I think it's... No, I think it's text right. Text right? Oh, no, they renamed it. Renamed float left and float right to float start, float end. But this is for 5.2, which I don't think we have. This, so... I understand, so... Talking about the CSS stuff for a second. I understand the need for Tailwinds, and I understand the desire for it, because Bootstrap does bring a lot of baggage along with it. And rightly so, because Bootstrap is like, you want to do a card? Well, you want it to look consistent. You want that card to look consistent throughout your website, so we got to bring all this baggage with us. Whereas Tailwinds is like, if you want to be consistent, just use, templates. Tailwinds is like that, is like the meme image of that guy from the History Channel with the spiky hair that says aliens. For them it's just templates, which I'm not sure I agree that templates solve all the things, but I get where they're coming from. Bootstrap does bring a lot of, you do spend a lot of time undoing the stuff that Bootstrap brings in when you've got a card, but you want it to look differently from everywhere else on the page. So I get where they're coming from there. But the other thing that is super annoying about Bootstrap is they make changes for the sake of making changes. Like, I can guarantee no one said, hey, let's change float left and float right to float start and float end. But they did it anyway. Because they just do shit for doing shit. Like, they have no rhyme or reason to why they do shit. They just do it. And so every time you go from one version to another, you're like, why is nothing fucking working? You know what I mean? It annoys me to no freaking end. It's like, they will just change stuff just for the sake of changing it. I'm like, why? Just leave it the way it was. It worked. It's fine. It's okay. You don't have to change things for the sake of changing them. Ugh, that drives me insane. But that said, their documentation's actually pretty good, because it actually gives you examples in line. And I was going through the Tailwind stuff here, and it's like they've got all this crap here, right? Font semi-bold, rounded, large, shadow, mid, but like, where the hell is the descriptions of it? They got columns here. columns 3. Okay, so here's some descriptions. Box sizing. Okay, so they have some of it here. It's just kind of buried. I don't know. I mean, this is... It's going from one extreme to the other, right? You go from Bootstrap where you get, one or two classes that kind of just make it look the way you want it to look, to Tailwind where it's like, all right, you want a box? Okay. Box content, H32, W32, P4, border 4, blah 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 blah. Put these 20 classes on there. Like, okay. Sure. Let's not use the terms from CSS. Why not just rate it as exactly. It's like, why not just rate it as CSS at that point? And so their explanation, and I was reading this the other night because I was like, why does this exist, right? And their explanation is that it's utility first, right? Which is to say that they want you to only bring in the CSS that you absolutely need for a thing. And if you're in a CSS class, if you're in a CSS file and you're making this big class and all this stuff has all these different properties on it, well, you go to another page and you have a similar box, but you want it to look a little bit different. So you make another class in CSS and it has all the same properties as that last class, except for a few that are tweaked a different way. And you got another page with another box that has to be a little bit even more different. And you put another, and so their idea is that screw all that, just put these like teeny tiny classes that do very little things, and just put 92 of them on your tag. And then just keep doing that wherever you need it. And then if you need to reuse that in its entirety, make it a template. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of going the complete opposite of every best practice that's been told to us, It's a weird one. It's I like the look and feel of their CSS, right? I do like that, and I think it looks very clean. It's a lot cleaner than Bootstrap, definitely. I think I do get people's discontent with all the padding and all that crap that Bootstrap brings in. It does like to have its elbow room, and for better or worse, and so I get that. So this does look cleaner from that perspective. But I mean, it's like you've gone from one extreme to the other, right? Where it's like you've gone from having these ginormous CSS classes that you're carrying around with you to, well, now you got 32 templates files that are all like 5-line, things. And even that's doesn't trigger me too much. What triggers me more about that is Elixir, in my opinion, it's not really even Elixir, it's Phoenix, and LiveView, in my opinion, encourages a bad practice in that it has you embed, like the way this is done here, I'm fine with, right? Because you've got the HTML out here separately, but then you've got components like the ones that I'm working on for co-streaming, where you've got a render function and you've got HTML in here. And this is what I don't really like. I think this is a bad practice. Now, for something like this, yeah, I mean, it's just one tag. for stuff that I'm doing with co-streaming, I'm feeling like I want to pull all the crap that's in the render out and do it as its own HTML file. And the reason I say that is because if you have a front end developer who just wants to do front end stuff, they don't want to do back end stuff. You give them something like this, and they're going to freak out because they're going to be like, "What the hell am I looking at?" Right? But if you pull this out and you put it into an HTML file, then they can go through all the HTML files and they can be like, "Okay, I can fix this. I can make this happen. I can make that happen." You know? And then you also know that when you're searching for something, like say you want to change the styling on all the buttons everywhere, which is what Clone's going to be doing soon with the Tailwind stuff, right? Like, you can just search everything that has .html in the file name and be reasonably certain that you got everything. Well, now you can't, because now you got stuff like this that's embedded in the X file, right? So you're going to start, so as you're doing a search, you're going to start pulling in files that have nothing to do with what you're looking at, and you got to kind of, you're making life harder on yourself at the end of the day, you know? So that's the only thing that's one of the things I don't like about Phoenix and stuff, is that it encourages this sort of what I consider to be a bad practice. For that reason. And Tailwind on top of that, because Tailwind is like, we want you to template everything, is encouraging that same behavior where it's like, oh, you want to make you should make a template if you want to reuse this thing. And so it's kind of encouraging that sort of bad practice from a back end kind of perspective. So not directly encouraging it, but it by proxy is, you know. That's my only thing with that. Plus, it's like, I don't know. I get it. I get what they're trying to go for. I just feel like there's a part of me that's like, yeah, why not just write this? Why not just do a style attribute and call it a day? But there is some utility in that, you know, Tailwind is handling some of the browser specific things, the rendering specific things, you know, the WebKit WebKit stuff, you know. So from that perspective, I can see that, but yeah. Oh, all right. Yeah, I did float right here. What did this look like? That's the float right. The only problem with the float right is that well, I mean, I introduced this myself, right? I could make it so that the bubbles don't go any further than this. Like, I can revert what I changed here so that the bubbles don't go to 95% as the maximum. And then all these would line up again. But part of me wants to introduce the bubbles going to 95%, because if you have an ultra wide screen, it means you can get more, you know, more chat for your buck. I don't know. I think I kind of, just for the sake of letting these longer bubbles come in, make all the bubbles full width. I could do that too, yeah. I could do, where's that at? Do width here. 25%. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, it does hide more of the background. Which is kind of why I had I had it as just a max width kind of thing. Because not everybody's going to fill out the chat bubble like that, but I don't know. I do kind of like it though. Put it on the right hand side. Yeah, you know what? We'll leave it on the. I'll do the screenshot of it on the right hand side, and keep it that way so it doesn't. Because right now it's because I can see like it's the same color as the text, so I can see how it kind of runs into the text a little bit. Which I don't necessarily have to make it this color. I could make it like a lighter shade of white or something. Like I could make it this color. Like the what the timestamp is. But I also kind of want it to stand out too. Let's see, we'll go with that, and then we'll see white on mouse over and solid on click. Yeah. Well, actually on clicked it's going to be, I was going to do something different. Let's see here. Paste this. We'll have this here. Like so. And then let's do, where's that at? Message footer. So change. How would I change that? Can I change that? I should be able to, right? If I go user message footer of I hover I don't think I can I change, there's gotta be a way to do it. Can I change the icon to the solid version of it in the CSS? There we go. Is it possible to change between two font awesome icons on hover? Exactly what I want to do. Oh, you can do that too. Display inline, display inline. Oh. Or you change the content. Yeah, I was thinking that too. I could change the content, yeah. Yeah. I kind of unlocked before. This is this is actually my kind of music. This is interesting. My 80s throwback stuff. They have it before. I wonder if that will work. We got luck over. I think that might work. Let's see. Right. I just did it. Yeah, in there. And Font Awesome has those things here. Unicode. I did something wrong here. Don't work that way. Can I do that without the before? That would be a no. Oh, I see what they're doing. Lock, icon lock. So user message. So if I put the hover, but I don't want it to be on the entire footer. Alright, we'll do. Right span. call this the like icon. That. And then we'll say hover. Or
Close my eyes, find myself walking a strange city, trying not to keep up with the beat. As I breathe in the
maybe because I'm not doing the other one as before.
my feet, focus on a girl in front of me, trying harder to remain unseen. Though her lipstick tells a different story.
Let me do it.
Lips, her hair, last attempt to call attention. And I can't help it, I'm just staring as she passes me by. Just before she's gone forever, leaves me with the glamorous stare. I start seeing
And we'll do
she can't hear me. Breathe away, tell me where you're going,
one here.
and I'll run away with you.
Wait, Unicode's the same?
Somewhere new. And if you lead, I'll follow.
That's gonna work.
Anywhere and everywhere. 'Cause it feels so much like home. Right here.
Maybe it is working and it's not the. Because it should be.
Dare I turn around to find her looking back? I couldn't risk the heart attack, though it wouldn't be so bad.
Unicode's the same. How am I supposed to tell it
Sirens screaming through the city streets.
to be the solid heart?
Eyes
Unicode is the same.
if I wanted to. I
Hmm.
could leave just before she's gone forever. Leaves me with a glamorous stare. I start seeing things that aren't there. She can't hear me. Breathe a whisper. Tell me where you're going, and I'll run away with you. Let's start it all over. Somewhere new. And if you lead, I'll
What?
follow.
Awesome FAS
Anywhere and everywhere.
Unicode versus FSR.
Like home. Right here.
Content. Okay.
Sirens screaming through the streets. Her eyes arresting me.
Is the font and weight. To switch between both, you need to adjust the font and weight.
Feels alive. Sirens screaming through the streets. Her eyes arresting me. Her eyes.
Okay. You adjust the font and weight, but they're not adjusting the font and weight. Not very normal.
Can't take this. I can't. No, I can't. Tell me where you're going. And I'll run away with you. Let's start it all over. Somewhere new. And if you
There it is, font and weight. So it's like 900, 200. Okay. Okay. Well, and then if it's only font weight, then I don't need to do this. And I don't need to do that. I just need to do. I don't even need to do IB4. I just need to do. Font weight 900. Actually, I could do like button Like icon, I want weight 200. Alright. Which I guess isn't really necessary because it'll be set with the other class. But refresh this. Yeah, there we go. Why did they just say that in the first place? just change the font weight on it, and it's fine. Yeah. Okay. So that changes to that, and then I need my. Well, let me. So we got that, but then. When you click on it, I wanted to swap over, but I'm just going to do like a mock-up of that because I'm not going to wire up the click for it. But, where's my, I have a GIF recorder, right? I forget what it's called. Recorder? What it's called. What was the name of that? Pictures. What's the name of the recording thing I used? Name of it. No, I don't. No, it was something else. Folder? No. I miss when Windows. Yeah, here we go. I miss when Windows gave you just the freaking folders here. Okay. Lincoln Smacker. I don't even know why I have Greenshot on there. It's useless. What the fuck? If I search for this, I'll probably find it. Windows 10 record GIF. Screen to GIF. Is that the one I did? Or video GIF capture. Probably screen. Yeah, here we go. Screen to GIF. Just did that in the first place. All right. Order. Go. And playback. That's good. Let's save. Loop GIF, repeat forever. 56 colors. Finish, and we'll say folder chat likes. And I'll just call it roller animation, why not? Let's see. So, alright, that's done. Okay. That should be available. Documents. No documents, right? Or is it picture? Pictures, here we go. This one. Yep, there you go. There. Easy peasy. So we got that in there. So then when it's selected, I'm just going to mock it up here. I want it to be I don't have a class for that, right? So it's going to have to be image. Probably wait. By 15. I imagine. There's no such thing as a closing image tag, right? Okay, so I want routes. Is it routes dot routes. I think it's a static path. Let me see. Over here, mix PHX routes. I think CT tag applications settings Does not show that up here. And then static path. Yeah, routes, static path. So if I do router helper static path, static path. Okay, so yes, I'm going to use that. So the routes static path and I think it's just under, where are we at here? HTML. There's a we have the emotes defined in an emote thing. We've got emote config here. Lim hearts. So in theory, I should be able to do finish emotes. Lim hearts PNG. Or, well, I mean, for the mock-up, let's just do this faster. That, and see if it likes that. I guess it would if the chat was still there. Or it'll just fail. Okay. Connection not found. Let's see. Next, what we have here. User popped out temporary signs. I guess we can just pass the connection on. Pass the socket on. Actually, maybe I have access to just the socket if I just do at socket here. Try that. Oh, yeah, that works better. Okay. It would look really cool as a bubble background if you faded the image properly. I was thinking that too. I was like, should I? But then, well, yeah, I was thinking that. I was thinking, should I do it as a background? Should I do it as a border? Not tiled, still aligned to the right. Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering about that. I'm also because I was also thinking, like, should I put a number next to it? Say how many likes it's gotten? Because I'm thinking that too. Yeah, I'm thinking that might be a thing. We'll do this with a number, and then maybe the button becomes the number. Yeah. I think the only thing with that is we probably should allow people to unlike something in case they accidentally click it. So my thought was this would still be clickable. Yeah, click the number, but I think if this still looks a little bit like the icon that was there, so I don't want people to think that it's no longer clickable once they did it, you know what I mean? Yeah. I think I'll do this. I'll put a number next to it. And then maybe we'll just change the border color. And see what that looks like. I do like, I was thinking about, like, you know, I could fade like the image in the background here, but I don't know if it's going to look good with the faded image and also this thing here. I don't know if they'll clash with one another, you know? I think that would be a cool little, a cool way of showing it, you know, rather than just relying on border colors. Let's do that. We'll put a number here. So I guess the number would be after it. Three, maybe. I don't know if I just put the number straight there or if I should put a tag around it. I think I can make the image a little bit bigger. Try 20 by 20. That's a little bit better. Although I'm gonna need to, like, maybe if I do span and less, adding top of one, I think that's gonna be too much. Maybe not. Okay. Wrong browser. It's actually doing anything. That's all right. It doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to be functional right now. So we got that, and then we'll say liked. Ooh, no, it wouldn't be on the footer. It would be on the bubble. I'll just add it here. That. And over here, we'll say, oh, what? Order. Watercolor. Dark goldenrod. Dark khaki. Dark orange. Deep pink. Dodger blue. I don't necessarily want it to be blue because you might think it's a description message. Pink. I mean, it goes with the theme. You know what? Screw it. Let's do hot pink. Why not? I don't think I did it right though. No. Wait a second. Let me see here. Spec. Double like. My guess is the border. So border radius is here. 5 pixels. But it's probably... there's probably not an actual border width. So... thick. No. How do we change it? I guess you know what? Let me look at one of the other stuff. How do we change it for, you and stuff? You. Did this just to see how it looks. Let's see. See here. I was thinking, yeah, I was thinking of it being most of the bubble and really faded out, and then having the button. You know what I mean? Like if you faded it to like... If you fade it to like maybe 20% opacity and have it take and even I would even maybe even center it and just 20% opacity and then see and have the other button down there. I don't know. I'm gonna figure out how to do that. Yeah. No, I get you. Because the background will, well, you can tell the background, not the tile, right? You know, let me see if I can figure out the border at least. Where's the CSS that does different borders? Overlay footer, chat form, chat messages. Oh, here we go. Mention border 2 pixels solid. Okay. So they did border. It's right there in front of me too. Border 2 pixel solid. I think. All right. So then there it is. Background repeat, no repeat, background position, X right. What he did. Okay. If I did, I could do... Let's try that. Let's try, backgrounds... image. And I'll just take the... We're just mocking it up anyway, so let's take the thing here. think I can just do the offset there. Background, repeat, no repeat. Background, position, play center for now. Background size. Say 3FR, I guess. No position. Then backgrounds. There are backgrounds. Blend mode? Background. How do you can you change the opacity of the background? Blending multiple images. Is opacity. Just regular opacity. Well, I guess we'll see what that does. Probably gonna change the entire bubble opacity, which is not what I want, but you can at least look at it. Yep. It most certainly did. Okay. Also, you know what? Let me take the actual image of this, actual URL of this image. Oh, it is. Emotes, PNG. Oh, emotes, PNG, Gloomheart, PNG. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, that's what I got. No, I didn't pull it in. Take the opacity off for a second. Invalid property value. Oh, right. You're right. You are right. Okay. You're right. What's the other one that was having a problem with? Oh God. Okay. Well, that's certainly brought that in. Certainly brought it in. Big, pretty big. It's pretty scary. let's tone it down a bit. 1.5 maybe. Let's see. If I could get the image. The way they wanted you to do it is to have another image that you didn't do the opacity on, right? That didn't change the size of it at all. I guess I have to do fractions. 0.5. No, that's not. Maybe try percentages. Try 60. It's having an effect. I also got rid of my other image, which is interesting. Okay. I mean, doing it pixel-wise is not the right idea. It's not that good because the bubble's going to change sizes, but how do I tell it? Like, if I do one rem, does that make any sense in terms of images? Looks like it does. The hell? Let's try the next track. Get along musically. Get along. Let me do 5. Okay, that's a little bit better. Four. Position relative to keep the child in bounds. Background image. And size cover. Enter. I mean, that would be a thing too. If I were to just do, that's interesting. If I were to just do the before with the RGBA background color. Oh. Hair color, chat, bubble background. Which doesn't have, yeah, I think I could do that though. I wonder though, if I do before here. Set the opacity on that one. Yeah. Seemed like that would be too easy to fix. Messages. Light before. Is it 2 or is it 1? It's 2. Yeah, it's definitely 2. Yeah. Oh well. It was a nice thought. I don't know. I could probably get it to work if I did like different image tag and stuff like that. I have to move around, but that's alright. We'll just roll with what I got here for now. See what people think. Do this. Do that, and I'll just have it show up that way, I think. Yeah, let's just go with that, and it gets the general idea, and then we can have a debate over the specifics of it. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. We can take a shot of that. Have this one lined up properly though. So everyone knows it's the same length, same width. Yeah. Where's my comment at here? Okay. Oh, you got it? Oh, there's an image from the About page I can use. Yeah. Really? The About. Oh, yeah, there is. Where does this image come from? Card Glim Hearts. Oh, there it is. Background size 20%. No repeat, bottom right. Background size 20%. This Glim Heart. Oh, that's not using the... Oh, I get... I see. It's using the image, not the... not the emote. Okay. So if I were to change this... and I say... images. Do that for a second. Yeah, there we go. Okay. It's a pre-faded image. Yeah. Background size contain. And size contain. Okay. Ooh, even better. Okay. Excellent. That's good. Yeah, because it'll scale then. That's right. I like that. I wonder if I should keep the border or get rid of the border. You know what? I'll provide both images here. Let's do... I'll let others decide. Do that, and then... Go to this one. That, get that, and then get rid of the border. This one. That way. All right, cool. I'll provide both of these. So we'll say, let me put another comment on here. Can display should it have a border or not? Good. Likes, comments, have a border or not. Okay. Awesome. Leave that. Okay. Let's do a write up here. So we'll say new topic. Should I start this? Ability to like chat comment to ability to like chat comment suggestions, idea, feedback, discussion. Okay. is a frequent lurker. It would be nice if I could participate in a stream without how do I want to word this? As a frequent lurker, it'd be nice if I could participate in a stream without committing, without feeling like I am committing myself to this is not coming out right. In a stream without feeling without be nice if I could participate in a stream without I could participate in a stream without feeling I could participate in a stream. Let me reword it. If I could participate in a stream I could get past the writer's block here. I was really, it'd be nice if I could participate in a stream without participating in a stream when I am unable to fully commit to chat interact. I guess that makes sense. I'm unable to fully commit to that interaction. In other words, there are instances when I am this is when I am when I need to focus on other tasks while listening to a stream. While a stream is playing on another monitor, other task. I guess I need to focus on other tasks, but may be able to quickly would like to quickly interact with a stream I'm listening to. I'm listening to this is a hard one to kind of describe. It's a hard one to describe without contradicting myself in the description. Frequent lurker, it'd be nice if I could participate in a stream when I'm unable to fully commit to chat interaction. In other words, there are instances when I need to focus on other tasks, but would like to quickly interact with the stream I'm listening to without feeling like I'm committing to a conversation that I can't maintain. Explaining this right or not. Frequent lurker, it would be nice if I could participate in a stream when I'm unable to fully commit to chat interaction. In other words, there are instances when I need to focus on other tasks, but would like to quickly interact with the stream I'm listening to without feeling like I'm committing to a conversation that I can't maintain. So, to that end, it would be nice if I could react with a like on a chat message to show that full width chat bubbles, you can set the background color alpha value to 70% so you can see the background through it. You know, we could try that. Yeah. Although I wonder if I wonder how many people's backgrounds will, I assume most people's backgrounds will stand up to that. Like they won't be busy enough that it would interact with or be a problem for the text. Yeah. Yeah, I'm 50-50 on that, Psychotic. I like the idea. I think the default backgrounds makes the text a little bit slightly more difficult to read. If we're just, I mean, if we keep in mind that there are people who may have vision problems, but I don't know. I think for most people who aren't using the default background, it's probably okay. Because I think most people are probably using like a dark background. Hey, Caltopia, welcome. They try to chroma key, it's out to mess stuff up. Yeah. Yeah. Although, honestly, you can just apply some CSS in OBS to just remove the background without having to do a chroma key, I would think. I think that's what Clone does for the board meetings. And that way you know that you've gotten rid of the background and stuff. You've seen a few channels with green background. Yeah, I mean, that would be, particularly if they're using a bright green background, that could make the text even harder to read. It was funny enough. Oh no, I get it. It's the easiest way to know of. Funny enough, I was thinking when I was doing some of the chat changes, I was thinking of making a chat option where you can pop it out and it wouldn't show. It either wouldn't show the background at all, or it would show a solid color, and you could choose what color you want it. You know. No background because you don't care. Yeah. No, I've gotten that feedback too. A lot of people are like, can we just turn the background off altogether? And it's fair. It's fair enough. That's what I was thinking. Add an argument to the URL for the pop-out page where you could just make it a solid color or turn the background off. Yeah, I was thinking that. And then that would allow people, like, if they want to make it a solid green color so they can chroma key it, they would be able to chroma key it, you know. Whatever. That seemed like a fair way of doing it if they want to do it that way. But yeah, I was thinking that was one of the many things on my list. Although I'm like, on the one hand, I like that Clone is looking at redesigning the site because I think we need it. On the other hand, I'm slightly frustrated because I'm in the middle of these big changes and I'm like, crap, if he pulls Bootstrap out from underneath me, I'm totally effed. You know? Because I just did this whole big thing with the co-streaming and all the CSS for all that stuff, and oh man, it's going to be a thing. Although technically I didn't do any Bootstrap for the CSS for those things. But if a lot of it is a lot of it is workarounds because the Bootstrap card wouldn't expand far enough. So we'll see. We'll see. I think there's going to be a problem regardless. But yeah, I was thinking, I was like, oh, I'm in the middle of this ginormous co-streaming thing, and now you're redesigning the site on me. But it's all good. It's all good. We need it one way or the other anyway. So if I gotta rework it, I gotta rework it. It's just the way it is. That is life, and that is development. That is what happened. To that end, it would be nice if I could react with a like on a chat message. So I can dissipate without committing to a larger without potentially leaving my lurker status behind. Time management programmer style. Yep. I don't know if I'm arguing my point here or not at this point. So as a frequent lurker, it would be nice if I could participate in a stream when I'm unable to fully commit to chat interaction. In other words, there are instances when I need to focus on other tasks but would like to quickly interact with a stream I'm listening to without feeling like I'm committing to a conversation I can't maintain. To that end, it would be nice if I could react with a like on a chat message. So I can participate without potentially leaving my lurker status behind. I am repeating myself, aren't I? Stop at chat message. Be nice if I could react with a like on a chat message. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll leave it like that. This is a hard one. This is a hard one to describe, like I said, without contradicting myself. Yeah, I explained it in the body. Yeah, we'll see. No, I mean, that's what I want. I want people to. It's more that I want people to understand where I'm coming from, because if I just say like I want the ability to like a comment, most people are going to say, why? What is the point? You know what I mean? But yeah. So let's see. Was there anything else? Let me look at the poll here. How would you feel about being able to like individual chat comments? Okay. I wanted to make sure I didn't like there wasn't something else I said in that poll. Where do I have? That was your first reaction. Yeah, I mean, I exactly. I mean, the first reaction everyone's going to have is like, why? And it's a natural reaction, right? It's like, why would we need that? But from the perspective of a lurker, it really, like, I never thought about the reaction stuff on Discord that much. But now that I think about it more, I'm like, you know, on Discord, you're not really lurking on Discord, right? You're just reading stuff that was there and that's that, right? But like on a stream, it kind of makes more sense because there's been plenty of times where I've been sitting on a stream like, I really want to say something, I really want to answer the streamer's question, but I can't commit myself to having a conversation right now because I'm in the middle of something. You know what I mean? But as someone else in chat comes in and says, oh, and answers the question, then I could like react to that and be like, yes, this is the answer. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. So I don't know. First reaction is always changes bad. But I mean that's good to an extent, but it also, you know, changes. For me, change is constant, right? If we're not changing, we're dying. And I get what you're saying. Change for the sake of change is bad. I do get that. I do very much get that, and I agree. But I also the thing I'm struggling with the most is how do we do things differently? Is there a way to do things differently that someone smarter than me hasn't already thought of? You know what I mean? It's like, because, you know, Twitch is, I mean, let's point Twitch out for a second. Like, Twitch has been doing this for over a decade now, right? So they've probably got this whole thing down to a science, the whole interactions and stuff. And YouTube, to an extent as well. But there's always this thought in my head. Like, I've worked for a lot of companies where you come in and there's a lot of, for want of a better term, institutional knowledge. Like, we do it this way because we've always done it this way. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's hard to come in and come in with fresh ideas because everyone's adverse to change because it's always been done this way. And the problem, the two problems with that is one, just because it's always done that way doesn't mean it's necessarily the best way. And the second thing is a lot of the ideas you come up with are probably gonna not be great. Probably gonna be shit. Right? But you may not be able to really prove that out until you try it, right? So it's like I'm in that point where I'm like, I'd like to try some things out that are maybe kind of weird and out there just to see if maybe they actually catch on, you know? It's like one of those things where I'd like to try stuff. It sounds stupid, but maybe it'll work. Or maybe it'll just be stupid. But we wouldn't know until we tried, kind of thing, you know? So I don't know. That's kind of that's what's broiling in my head for a while here, is like, I'd like to try stuff new, but I don't want to make change for the sake of making change. I also don't have anyone to bounce bad ideas off of, right? So like if I have a bad idea, the only way I can know that it's a bad idea is to kind of throw it out there on Building Glimish. And there's a time cost there, right? Where I got to write up something and then, you know, if it just hits like a thud, you know, then I just spent a bunch of time writing up something that everybody hated right out of the gate, you know what I mean? So like I'm kind of in this like in between where I'm like, where do I throw stupid things out to see if they're stupid or not? We need a public test realm server for just this. Yeah. I had thought about like what would a beta server look like. I don't know what a beta server would look like for a streaming site, right? Because it would kind of have to, in order for it to be useful, it would have to replicate the live site, in that everyone who is live would have to show up live on the beta site, and you'd have to be able to watch their stream whether on the beta site or on the production site. And that gets kind of, I mean, I guess it works because you could have them both point to the same back end, but it's like it gets a little bit weird, right? Because then you also need people to peruse the beta site to see if things are the way you want them to be. And then you got to make sure that any changes you make to settings over there, like the settings on the live site, come over to the beta site. It's kind of a weird thing all together. It's not something that couldn't be done. It certainly could be done. But it's just one of those things I thought about, like, yeah, like syncing settings between the two and all that stuff, to like have a way to kind of throw this stuff out there and just have people kick the tires and see if they like it or not, rather than going through a full production release and then having people kick the tires and go, yeah, no, this kind of sucks. In fact, this kind of really sucks, you know? So. We had one at one point. Yeah, there is one, I think, floating around. I don't know what state it's in though. If it's testing, then only testers have access, like a Skunkworks Outback. Well, that's one school of thought. To me, like, there's different kinds of testing, right? And there's usability testing, and then there's, you know, feature testing. And I feel like if you don't gate the testing realm, you just let anybody come in and take a look at stuff, you're better off because you're getting a wider breadth of feedback. Whereas if you gate it with a login or something, you know, you'll get a lot of people who just don't want to take the time to do it. You know what I mean? Even so, it's kind of gated anyway because they would have to go to a different URL. So a lot of people just aren't going to bother going to a beta URL because they don't want to bother with it, you know? So it's like, it's a rough one regardless of which way you look at it, you know? I wonder, how's my Melvor Idol doing? I'm still alive, and I have 595 fish. I got a lot of mithril loot. And so, What are we at here? 55 attack? I need to get to 60 on all these, I think. To have the next, because I'm already making the next equipment set. So, alright, that's going good. Checking. Just checking. Alright, so... let's... we'll do... possible visual... look and feel... here's a mock-up of what the visuals would look like. What the chat would look like. And then I'll copy this over. Of what the change, yeah, you're right. What the changes look like. Thank you. So I got that. So the width of all the chat bubbles would be increased to 95% of the chat box instead of being capped at 375 pixels, I think it is. Capped at 375 pixels. I think that's what it was. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Whatever. No one's going to check my work. This will allow for more room. This will allow the individual bubbles to not consume as much space and other than the additional line for the like button, much vertical space. And to spread out more on wide screen monitor. It will also ensure the like button will stay aligned. Sure. Horizontally, stay aligned down. Will stay horizontally aligned. Down the page. Looks for like button on own post. There you go. I'm already starting a pattern. Bubbles. And then the next one. The like button will only be available to logged in users. It will also be opt-in on the streamer's side, so it will not appear by it will not be visible by default. It is a heart. It is a heart. In the screenshots there. But it starts out life as a normal heart, and then it becomes a Glim heart. So it's much better that way. It's a heart, but it's a Glim heart. Glim is more better. It is. It really is. I mean, there's no arguing that. There's no arguing that point. Glim is at least 75% better. It's original enough. The cat is giving it a tail flick. You're in. Okay, that's good. I'm getting the feline approval, and that's always a good thing. You know, the one weird thing though, well, I can make room for it, I guess. I didn't do it in the mock-up here, but this heart should probably be over a little bit. Because when you click it, I don't want it to like shift to the left. I don't want it to become one of those buttons that every time you try to click it, it moves somewhere. But I'll fix that. I'm sure someone will point that out in there. Yeah. Not be visible by default. And though we will track on the back end what comments a user has liked, their that tracking will, that information will only be used to display the appropriate button, liked or not liked, to the user, and will not be available to the streamer moderators or the API, the chat API. The streamer will be able to see on their statistics page the number of like comments and the number of total like. Per stream. I make a game of it. Well, I mean that's one of the things. I should say the mobile app uses APIs, so would any API then be able to like, dislike? Yes. You just won't be able to see. You'll have to, yeah. The API would have to, the API could only see what the current user has liked. Let me make note of that. For the chat API with exceptions be below. I'll get into that. Let's do chat API. For sure know some of the best lines streamers have said. No like button for a live comment. Well, no like button yet for a live comment. You know, there's nothing that says that we couldn't have a. I mean, if people take to this, there's nothing that says I couldn't have a react button to the stream, right? That would just like. I mean, I guess technically you already have a react button to the stream, right? Because there are streams that take the emotes that are being put into chat and we'll put them on the stream visual, and you'll see like all these emotes going by. So I guess technically you have that already, kind of, sorta. You just don't have the actual quote of what the actual textual quote of what the streamer says. That's the only problem there. Which I mean, let's be honest here, that might be a good thing. You don't have the textual quote of the streamer. There is. We do have to consider Mythos interactive stuff too, because that's going to open up the door for a lot of stuff. that was possible. Under their feed, would there be an icon number to show it reacts over time to the stream? Yeah, we could. I mean, we could do a Discord thing and just have on the stream page have like you wouldn't click on anything, but under the stream maybe it would show how many emotes were used for that stream. You could do something like that. It would also be good. Yeah, as Psychotic says, it could also be good on the statistics page too. Say what emotes were used, how frequently they were used, and I could see like, you know, you use emotes normally in the chat, and then we just keep a count of them, and just show that count underneath with the emote itself underneath the stream. Even do something like that too if you want it. Average chat messages per user. I mean, sure. I'm not sure that's going to show a number that people are going to like. Exactly 0.03, yeah. It's kind of like number of speed bumps per mall parking lot. I don't know how much that'll work. That said, I mean, Mixer had some interesting stuff. Like I know people cringe a little bit when I talk about the Mixer like levels and stuff, but I think they were onto something, because like you would get XP as you were watching. You know, every couple minutes you'd get like 1 XP or whatever, and then you know all the chat. What was it, like Catbot or whatever it was? They had the bot for the chat that would moderate your chat for you. Like you could set levels on that would be based on the level of the user, like who's been, you know, longer term users would have like a lesser moderator thing on there and stuff like that. But like I think you know, I think something like that could be useful in some ways. I know Clone has talked a little bit about like scoring users a little bit, to say like if you, because we don't have any like we don't have any built-in automatic moderation, but there's the thought that you could lay the framework for it, where you'd have users that, you know, like everybody starts at say 0, and 0 is like normal, and every time you get a, you know, a chat message deleted by a moderator, or you're timed out, or you're straight up banned, all that stuff, like those would be negative points. But then over time, if you behave yourself, you would end up getting back to 0 normal again. And then that way we could, you know, flag users who come in who have like negative scores, to be like, hey, just, you know, flag them to moderators only. And just the moderators could be like, okay, we'll just keep an eye on this person, kind of thing. Yeah, the reputation layers. Yep, exactly. So there's a thought around that too. But there could be a way to, I mean, most of that stuff would be invisible to the users for good reason. But there's a thought that you could maybe take a sort of that same idea and make something a little more gamified, you know, make it more of a fun thing for the users to be able to see, be able to interact in different ways in the chat without always having to type something, you know? Because it feels like sometimes like we're kind of stuck with this textual chat thing because that's all we've ever had, and there's like maybe other ways to be able to interact with the stream that are fun, but not traditional, you know? To have per channel. Use of banned words could make the points race interesting. Yeah. There's always going to be people who want to watch the world burn, right? And they'll do everything they can to get as negative a score as they can because for the lulz, you know? But I mean, as it stands, I mean, we still have, just today I was looking under gaming, and we still got those freaking, even though we've updated our terms and conditions, we still have those freaking video bots just posting copyrighted stuff. Like, I don't get it. You know, maybe I'm just old and crotchety. I don't know. But yeah, the USU video bot thing was back again, doing its thing. It was, when I last saw it, it was Price is Right was on. I'm like, what a random, stupid freaking thing. You know, it's just, people are weird. I don't know. I don't understand I don't understand the desire to get kicked out of places. I guess maybe I just wasn't a rowdy enough kid where I was like, oh, I want to go to as many bars as I can and get kicked out. Like, I don't know. I was always more of a, like, I'd like to just be able to go places and not worry about getting kicked out. Yeah. I just want to be a happy-go-lucky person. I don't know. You know? Because they have nothing invested. But I still like, I guess I don't get that. Like, just because you don't have anything invested in a place doesn't mean that you need to burn it down for everybody else. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't compute in my head. Because the funny thing about that was, I think Trovo sent out an email yesterday. Not an email. It was on Discord, the Trovo Discord yesterday. That, like, reminding everybody, like, yes, the World Cup is on. No, you cannot stream it on Trovo. And if you do, like, we've gotten a whole bunch of DMCA takedown requests, like, have increased exponentially. And we just want to remind everybody that copyright's a thing and you should probably follow it. So, you know, I don't know. It's a weird, it's always been a weird flex to me that people are like, yeah, I got kicked out of 5 different streaming services. Like, okay. Sure. I don't know. Waiting for the griefing on Twitter for the bans. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens with Twitter as soon as they try to change something significant. I believe the proverbial shit will hit the fan. So we'll see what happens there. Right now they're riding on the we haven't changed anything coattails yet. But they're going to have to change something if they want to make money. And that's going to be when everything goes to hell in a handbasket, I suspect. Or it'll just work. I don't know. We'll see. A hard one to predict. API. So chat API will expose the number of likes on a comment to the API. The bots can use that information if they so desire. The counts will be the likes will not likes will be an aggregate number and not directly attached to individual users. Individual users. For the mobile API, we will have to stand up an additional. We'll have to provide what comments were liked by the user that is logged in only. So logged in, so can be presented correctly on the mobile UI. This API will, this data will only be accessible for the currently logged in user and not for other users on the site. There's not going to be a dislike button. Yeah. There's not going to be a dislike. You can unlike what you've liked, but there won't be a dislike. Yeah. I don't think there's any need for a dislike. It's not really conducive to the spirit of the chat interaction, I feel like. And honestly, if someone's chatting in such a way that other people are disliking it, I would imagine a moderator is going to come in and probably do something. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're not like ranking your chat messages and stuff like that. It's more of just a way to kind of provide a faster interaction, as it were. I want to make here, another thing I want to add here. Liked comments will get a limb heart image, background image, and potentially a colored border, depending on what feedback I get on this. The mobile API will have to provide what comments were liked by the user that is logged in, so it can be presented correctly on the mobile. This data will only be accessible for the currently logged in user and not for other users on the site. So, keeping that the way that is. Right, okay. That's the chat API. Aggregate number of liked comments and number of total likes per stream. I want to kind of press home that it's an aggregate number and not like tied to users. Because I think that's important. Unless people want to tie to the users, which, I mean, I'm okay with that too. I just, I feel like not having it tied to users makes it even more compelling for someone to just come in and be like, react to it and just not worry about anything. What else am I missing here? As a frequent lurker, it'd be nice if I could participate in a stream, unable to fully commit to chat interaction. In other words, there are instances when I need to focus on other tasks, but would like to quickly interact with the stream I'm listening to without feeling like I'm committing to a conversation I can't maintain. To that end, it would be nice if I could react with a like on a chat message. Possible look and feel. Look and feel here. Here's a mock of what the changes could look like. The width of all the chat bubbles would be increased to 95% of the chat box instead of being capped at 375 pixels. Allow the individual bubbles not consume as much vertical space, so there's an additional line for a like button, and to spread out more on widescreen monitors. We'll also ensure the like button will stay horizontally aligned down the page. The like button will only be available to logged in users. It will also be opt-in on the streamer's side, so it will not be visible by default. Liked comments will get a Glim Heart background image and potentially a colored border depending on what feedback I get on this. Though we will track on the back end what comments the user has liked, that information will all be used to display the appropriate button to the user and not be available to the streamer, moderators, or chat API with exceptions. The streamer will be able to see on their statistics page the aggregate number of liked comments and the number of total likes per stream. The API will expose the number of likes on a comment to the API so bots can use that information if they so desire. The likes will be an aggregate number and not directly attached to individual users. For the mobile API, it will have to provide what comments were liked by the user that is logged in so it can be presented correctly on the mobile UI. This data will only be accessible for the currently logged in user and not for other users on the site. Okay. It'll be account likes and it is liked. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. The is liked would be more like a function that you can call from the API. It'd be like is user liked or something like that. And then count likes. Yep. Or num likes. I tend to say number likes, whatever. And the ability to post a like unlike event. Yeah, there's gonna have to be some kind of event that comes over to chat to say that something's been liked. But it won't be, it'll be probably one of those fakey events that we do on the UI to say that it's been updated, to say the chat's been updated, not a real event that you would be able to tie into. I guess we kind of need a real event, don't we? Because otherwise the bots won't know that something was liked. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. Whatever they did for the channel title updates it's just like an internal WebSocket thing that we do. But we probably do need an event for the actual chat API. Because bots won't know that you liked something without some sort of event, right? Or they won't know that a comment's been liked without some sort of event. Which I guess... And since it would be a real event, they could probably use it for... if they wanted to display on the screen that stuff's getting liked. But again, not tied to any particular user, just that a like happened. Yeah, we'd probably have to do that. Yeah, let's say, we will likely need a chat event fire when a comment is liked. This will not display on the Limish chat UI, but would be available to bots, to API users, for whatever purpose they want. Purpose. The event will be tied to the comment, but not to any specific user. Right. Yeah, the chat message ID and the count. Mm-hmm. Okay. As always, your thoughts and feedback are most welcome. And appreciate it. That's good enough. I think that gives an idea, a good enough idea of what I'm going for here. So we'll create that topic. And let's go put a tweet out real fast. Oh, poll isn't quite done yet, but it looks like 25% of the responses are 25% of the responses are positive. So here's my write up of what liking chat comments might entail. Sure, whatever. My text sounds like a t-shirt to readers. Awesome. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Feedly, or Grammarly. I appreciate that feedback. Your comment, the tone of your comment is that of a t-shirt. Whatever the hell that is. All right. Let's tweet this out. There we go. All right, there we go. That's good. We got that out there. Right. So it's out there and going. Let me. This is all saved. Close that out. Good stuff. Okay. Well, I could start to look at the. That took longer than I expected it to take, but it was something I wanted to do. And I feel like it's good to do it live because you get feedback that I wouldn't have gotten otherwise while writing it up. So with that said, let's go and that down. Status. Get restore. Cool. All right. We're back to normal. So I want to do git check out the feature. What are we calling this? What are we calling it? How does that have 11 views already? I only put it up 4 minutes ago. Jeez Louise. Damn. That was fast. Also, it looks like our pull requests, the checks passed on that. That's good. So that's ready to go. So we're successful there. What else do I have here? What was I? Where was my? I have too many browsers. This is what I have right now. Here we go. Highlight new streamers with a tag and filter. I guess I'll just call the branch highlight new streamers. New streamers. Okay. Cool. Let's see now. I think this will be fairly straightforward. New Glimish. Tag is good and clear. I like the icons. Even having just a simple their first week count, or how many streams they do in that week. We'll see. Okay. I'm flexible with that. But the general gist is we'll have a kind of sort of tag that you can search for. It's like new to Glimish. That will show up for people who are streaming for the first time within the first either their first stream, or it's within 7 days of their first stream based on the start time. And then there was the one of the user's first 5 streams, which isn't hard for me to implement. I just didn't want to I feel like it's good to have that extra kick, because some people can only stream once a week, and I feel like it would be unfair to them if only their first stream they were marked as new, and and that first stream was like a test stream or something, and they didn't really do anything. You know what I mean? So I think like having 7 days, 5 streams seems reasonable, I think. So that's what I'm going to kind of roll with there. And I don't think it's going to be that hard to, I just got to write the SQL for it, which I don't think is going to be too crazy. And actually it's going to be, I'm just going to kind of tack this on to whatever search is happening. So, like when you click on the show new to Glimish channels, I'll have it do the filter immediately, but then you can further filter it by, tags or category and all that stuff. I think that would be good. It's gonna be a little bit more of a pain to implement, but I think it'll be make more sense that way. So, new streamers with a tag and filter option. So where do we want to go here? I want to go to, I wonder if I have it open already. No, I don't think I have it open already. I think it's the, what's the stream? Streams live index? Yeah, I think it's list. Yeah, here we go. Filter change, toggle filters. Yeah. Alright, so list EX and list HTML are where we start here. So first things first, come down here. Let's get the button on the page. Tag search. That's subcategory. This is tags. So I think all I did was just put a div here. And put a checkbox. I think a checkbox will be fine. I know we usually do a toggle, but the checkbox will be better. I think it was checkbox form. Filter new channels. Oh, what else is I gotta look up checkbox in here. Phoenix. Checkbox form, blah, blah, and then checked value, unchecked value. So checked value defaults to true, unchecked is false, that's fine. An input is true, that's fine. Value, which is whether it's checked or unchecked. Okay. Default value is extracted from the form data if available. Okay, well then I don't need to even supply a value then. That works for me. New channels. Oh, I do want, is there a way to do a label? In field, in input. All other options are forwarded to the underlying HTML tag. Yeah, but you do a label. I guess I can look to see where else we do checkbox and see how they do label. Oh, they just do label here. Okay. They have a class custom control input. I'll put that on there. Class input. Label form. Filter new channels. And this should be get text. What did I name it on there? Show new to Glimesh channels. Okay. System control label. All right. We'll save that. And we'll do gaming here. Oh, that's right. I don't have the server running. That would help. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Alright, goes here. I have to align it a little bit better. Let's do last margin left 2. Left. We're getting there. Margin left 4. Boom. Right on the money. Okay. So we have that. What else? So I'll need a job that runs to call out the new to Glimesh channels, right? And set a flag on them. So do we bring back streams or we bring back channels here? Let me see. Tags and slugs. Category. Get category. Live tags, subcategories. List. Games category. That's something else. Is it subcategory list? No, that's something. That's for the list. Handle params. Shown channels. That's just for the counter. No more streams. That's when you. That's for the infinite scroll. Where does what does the channel list first channels? There's the first element in the list. Okay. If that's not nil. Okay. A num with index block. Row I. Row title. So blocks is the thing that's getting that's looking for. Oh, here we go. Packet signs block, string to integer index, block, channels, block not all channels. Update at returns new blocks. Returns a list with an updated value at the specified index. Okay. So it's updating the list as it goes. Okay. Sure. I mean, that makes sense. As you're scrolling, you want to add to the end of the list. Where is the Pocket of Science blocks? There's blocks here. The map blocks. There we go. Handle param. Search live channels. That's what I was looking for. Search live channels is what's called. That gives us the channels back. Block equals organizer organized channels. Limit 6. What the hell does organize do? Organizer organize. List of channels grouped by limit channels. Oh, is this like breaking it up into... Why would you do that? You don't have to do that. You can let Bootstrap just do that. Is this breaking it up into one line at a time? Like, you can just let Bootstrap wrap those things around, like... As long as you set the columns, right? I mean, I guess it does look a little bit uglier if you let Bootstrap wrap it. Maybe that's why they're doing this. But, I mean, it's not that bad. Like, Bootstrap has 12 columns. If you go beyond 12 columns, it'll just wrap it to the next line. I don't know why they're breaking these up. Unless I'm not looking at this right. Group by keyword get. Options group. Reduce block. Well, div buttons show more streams, yeah. Length row all channels greater than 0. Dark contents. Card image overlay. Channel list. Channel block has background image. The whole thing's in a div container. I don't understand. Div class row for channel in row channels. Okay. Setting up the columns. And that's the row. That's what they're doing. So, oh man, they're going through all this effort to split up the channels in memory by row when they could just let it flow. Ugh. Like, you could have just had one simple loop, just go over all the channels and let Bootstrap wrap them around the next line. Right, you could set up 3 columns inside the container of equal size, and then it'll just keep throwing divs at it, and it'll eventually just wrap them correctly. That's, oh man. I mean, it's not going to really affect what I'm trying to do. It's just very unfortunate because I could probably simplify this whole page. There must be a reason for it. I mean, I could see maybe it wasn't aligning properly. Maybe stuff was kind of off a little bit, but I don't know. That's a lot of effort for something that kind of resolves itself. I mean, I get you. It's like you see this much effort into something, you figure there has to be a good reason for it, but I don't know. This could be one of those, like, just a misunderstanding of how Bootstrap works too, you know? Because, yeah, Bootstrap does really, really want to see this row, but it will wrap stuff if you go beyond the 12 columns. Like, I do that all the time. Anyway, it's not really it's not going to affect what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what this is bringing back. It's unfortunate because it means that these list pages are actually probably a lot slower than they actually need to be. I mean, they're pretty fast, but they're probably slower than they could probably be even faster, is what I'm saying. One of these days, maybe you'll want to branch and try to clean this up and see what happens. I mean, it's kind of a moot point because we're going to redesign things, but they have a whole class here, organizer, just to do this thing. Limit channels, group by, organize. Like, this whole class could just go away. Crazy. And the next question is, can Tailwinds do it? I have to believe that Tailwinds can do it. Like I can't. Every bone in my body says that there's something that is reactive or responsive. Something that knows responsive design would not, by default, not wrap thing. You know what I mean? Like, what do they have here? They've got columns as well. Controlling the number of columns within an element. These columns count utilities to set the number of columns that should be created for the content within an element. Column width will be automatically adjusted to accommodate that number. So yeah, they got 3 columns here, and they just keep throwing images at it, and it's wrapping them. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I like anything that's responsive like that, I would imagine has to wrap things. Like you're not going to let it just scroll off the edge of the screen, because then you're not responsive anymore. You know, I can't drag the window out and drag it smaller and still see stuff. You know what I mean? So that makes sense. Yeah, that's odd. Yeah, I'm gonna. It's bugging me a little bit, so I'll probably work on that a little bit, just because it's bugging me a bit. Have this stuff in there like that. Type row, subcategory name, tag name. Reduce block. From a tag, from a subcategory. Oh, are these separating out channels by subcategory and tag? I mean, I can see it from that perspective, where you're like, you want to show everything that is Call of Duty on one row, and everything that's, you know, Battlefront on another row. What do you want to bet these aren't actually called? It could be for the games view thing Clone made. Yeah, I remember that. But if I'm not mistaken, that was showing only the things for that game, right? It wasn't... Did that show multiple games on the same page? Do you remember? You could have multiple games. Okay. That would make sense then with the subcategory. Block. But even then, it's like... Well, I guess, I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, in that particular case, yeah, I guess you would split them out. I mean, me personally, I would just make the database do it. You know? Like I would sort them in the database, or I would group them by subcategory. And then they would all come out together in that subcategory, and then all I have to do is run through the list straight through, and everything's already grouped together, and you just have to You can separate them out just by going through the list one, you know, just straight through that way. Yeah, like I would make the database do what the database does well, rather than doing it this way. But yeah, whatever. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked as I do. Yeah, so that is pain in my side here. Eggs, review. So all those things come in that way. So search live channels is really the main search here. Yeah, this is where we're applying filters. Everything else just comes off of this. That's fine. This is where I would have to add my filter for the new to Glimish. And then, so what is this? So this brings back channel. That's what that was the ultimate goal I was trying to get at, is what does it bring back? Does it bring back stream or does it bring back channel? It brings back channel with the status of live. So I come up here and I'll just add another column that's Boolean. Say they are new to Glimish. I wonder if we need to do that. I guess I should do that just because it makes it easier to filter. You don't have to get too crazy with it. Because then I can just have a job that runs every hour or whatever that just sets those flags correctly. Because it's not like it's not something that has to happen in real time anyway. There could be an hour delay there, you know. So what? Someone showed up as new for an additional hour than they should have. Yeah, whoop-de-doo, right? So plus it'll have the scope of being able to look at being able to do a count of all their streams. Make sure that it fits within 5. So, okay. And it'll be easier to test too, I think, ultimately. So we add a column to channel. Add a job. So where's my, at here. So we'll say, where are we at here? On the feature branch, so mix, ecto, gen, migrate, add new streamer flag to channel. Ectogen migration. Yes, I did mean that. Go. And new streamer flag channels. Alright, and then we'll do alter table channels. Add What do I do here? Yeah, pretty much that. Add is new streamer Boolean default false. I can leave it nullable. There we go. Alright, so we got that, and then I go to the channels. Channel EX. And we'll say field is new streamer Boolean default false. And we'll need that on a change set here. Probably this normal change set. New streamer. Well, that's a lot of stuff there. I don't know if I need that. All I'm really doing is updating these new you know what, let's make it its own thing, because you can't update it from the UI, so it's only something that'll be updated from the back end. Update is new streamer. Change set. Channel. New channel has new streamer and I don't need to do anything else. The Boolean. Not like required or anything. Just do that. Update is new streamer, change set, and then over to jobs. Somewhere here. Forget jobs. And then we'll do trying harder to remain unseen. Though her lipstick tells a different story. Flips her hair. Last attempt to call attention. I'll copy this one. And I can't help it, I'm just staring. You know, it's more complicated than I need. Rename. Is new streamer. New streamer flagger.
Anywhere and everywhere, 'cause it feels so much like home, right here. Dare I turn
Oh,
around to find her looking back? Couldn't
starting
resist a heart attack.
new streamer flagger.
Be so bad, heels like a siren screaming through the city streets.
New streamer flagger. When we're finished,
If I want
save that for a second here. And then we need just
leaves me with a glamorous stare. I start seeing things that aren't there. She can't hear me. Tell me where you're going,
yeah, I guess just channel lookup.
and I'll run away with you. Let's start it all
Be sufficient there, and then in channel lookups,
and if you lead, I'll follow.
add here
Anywhere and everywhere,
multiple channels
much like home.
to search for new
Sirens screaming
channels.
her eyes arresting me. Her eyes arresting me.
It doesn't really need to take anything either.
Sirens screaming through the street.
That so I want to do
Her eyes arresting me. Me. I can't, no, I can't take.
not just a search though. It's going to be more of an update.
Tell me where you're going, and I'll run away.
Update new channel flags. And it'll be repo dot update all. Did this already before too. And that other branch. I think it's just update all. Let's see, where am I here? Echo update all. Queryable updates. Updates all entries matching a given query with a given value. Returns a tuple containing the number of entries and any returned result as a second element. Second element is nil by default unless the select is provided in the update query. Okay. Update all will not update auto-generated fields like the updated columns. I'm not too worried about that. Fix the run the query on. Update all posts. Update all posts set title. New title. Okay. Blah blah blah. Update all. Oh, you can say in here. Do the update in there. Where update sets, blah blah blah. Kind of like that better. So from see in channel so update all. What the hell do you have here? Yep. Okay. From see in channel. Where? Let's think. So where? I gotta look at the stream table too, so it's gonna be. So we gotta do some subqueries here. So, stream count equals from S in stream. Where S that's, yeah, look at the streams thing here. Alright. S dot ended at is not nil. Yeah. So B where how do you do there's a way to do nope. All right, select count. Okay, yeah. So where S that ended at where not is nil. S that ended at anything else in the stream table, right? Not really. But I do need to bring the channel into this somehow. how do I integrate that into a subquery with Ecto here? Subquery. Fix my prefix. Subquery can also be used in a join expression. Limit $2. From PM post, we think match size at size. There's a where condition. What's that ID is? Parent binding. If you need to refer to a parent binding which is not known when writing the subquery, you can use parent as shown in the examples under named bindings in this module doc. Now query from C in comment where parent as post.id equals C post ID. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Alright, so where parent as channel dot channel ID. Yeah, channel ID. Oh, parent as channel ID equals S that channel ID. All right. And select out S dot ID. The only thing is that I guess that's fine. They have a couple streams during a day that, like, if their stream bounces, then they'll lose it if it's beyond 7 days. But I think it's fine. I think it's fine for now. Not going to be perfect, but it'll be close enough, I think. Oh, SID. All right, from C in channel where how do they do the parent as here? C in subquery. Child query, okay. where C in sub query stream counts. I wonder if this will work. Is greater than 5? I don't know if that's gonna work properly or not, but I guess we'll see. String count's greater than 5. No, wait. Less than 6. Or this is really going to be compound thing here. Or C dot no, it's seven days since first stream from S in stream where I guess we'll go from the end of that date. So the start of that. Yeah. If I go from the end of that. Maybe? No, I guess I gotta go from start of that because they may never end. They may never have an end to that. So we'll say S started where where do we do this interval? I think it's a fragment, right? I think we have like interval here. Okay, here's a 10-hour query fragment interval, 10 hours. Where I guess so. If I do an interval, it would have to be where the current time minus the start of that. Okay. So we'll say so S B daytime. Or I guess just be date time that now. Or date time that. Wait, was it UTC? UTC. UTC now. That's what I was looking for. Now minus S started at greater than interval 7 days. And also where there's nothing more I can do with stream though. Stream where it's less than or equal to actually. Less than or equal to interval 7 days. Okay. Oh, and I gotta do where parent as channel ID equals S dot channel ID. I guess select S dot channel ID. Bring that back to then where C dot ID and subquery 7 days since first stream. Here, C dot, and I gotta make sure it's accessible. Accessible equals false. Where C dot that's it. I mean, the user obviously, I guess I don't care if the user is blocked because they won't be able to stream anyway. I can just say, just make sure a channel is accessible. And it exists within one of those queries. Then update. How did they do this? Update set. Alright, that's all in arrays. Okay, update that. Blah, blah, blah. So update. Set. Is new. Use his new streamer. Is that what I called it? His new streamer. Might not even need this change set now that I think about it. His new streamer. His new streamer. True. Right. I have it here. Yep. I'm gonna need 2 of these. Because I'm gonna need one that runs through and sets it to false as well. Do both of them, I guess. Do a repo multi. I don't really need to do. I don't even need to do a multi. I can just set those appropriately. Just run, you know what, I'll just run a query that just indiscriminately clears all the flags to false, and then this one will run right after it and set the appropriate ones to true. What I'll do is I'll say set new channel flags, clear new channel flags from C in channel where E dot is new streamer equals true. Update that is new streamer false. Repo dot update all. That clear and then set. What doesn't look like they're here? Now fetch field UTC now from daytime. Oh, it's probably now equals daytime dot now. And then I just do now like that. Okay, what's the problem here? Expression C in subquery does not type check. Turns a value of type boolean, but a value of type integer is expected. Not type check, it returns a value of type boolean, but a value of type integer is expected. Subquery string count does not type check. Returns a value of type. The value of type integer is. I wonder, yeah, 'cause I want a boolean back. Value type integer is expected. How do you do the thing that I wanted to do though? Parent add. We all. Yeah, subquery. Appear as post ID. Lateral join. Imagine a specific binding, even as in query. Now, see, this is not prepare as post. ID. Inner join. That's bringing back. That's bringing back comments. Maybe this works, but just a different way. So it'd be, it wouldn't be C in subquery, it'd be like S in subquery or count in subquery stream count. Is that what was throwing it off, I wonder? I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's going away. Failure is expected. Echo subquery count. Query association, no. Not it. This subquery to count many-to-many relation. This might be something. Or not. Nobody answered it. Great. Join in subquery. Join select count. So what is this inner join select? Not what I'm looking for. Or select count star. Some companies left join. Actions and connections on company ID. There not exist. Could do it that way. Can I write that as a not exist? So if I do where some So it's up here, right? No. Out. Where did that? I think I can do that. I can do having counts greater than 5 or less than 6. Some essence stream having group by s.id. I can just say where counts exist. Where c.id exist in this subquery. Does exists they have something here? It just takes the query. I can just do that. This works. Get along. Oh, this is wrong anyway. Channel ID. That way. What are they talking about here? I guess I just have to do this. Green schema is undefined. From that be here. There we go. Green. happy about here. Undefined or private? I'll just daytime. Hope that that's enough. Let's see if that goes away. I think it's going to go away. Yeah, there we go. It took a little bit. Set new channel flags, clear new channel flags. Let's go to flagger here. Let's say rows, and then no return I care about. Channel lookups that radio channel flags. Logger dot info. New streamer flagger cleared rows flags, and then set rows channel lookups set new channel flags logger info new streamer flagger that rows flag. Ooh. False. Okay. And then I gotta go to config, I think, and add this in. Not here. Then plugins run this one here. Oh, it's in release. Okay. So we do. I mean, basically we'll do this, but it'll be one that we want. Jobs and new. Is new streamer flagger, and we'll have that go off every 60 minutes. Say, yeah, so I have those in there. I guess I could try it. Test. Where's the host cron test job. Basically just copy this, I guess. Copy. Paste. Name is new streamer flagger test. Is new streamer flagger test. Streamer flagger. I think I don't need channel host. I don't really even need to create host data or anything. The new streamer flagger job tests and fixtures. I guess probably need probably need that. Pretty much all of this can go. So I got that, and then I guess it just test flag new streamers. The flag guess we'll flag first stream. Streamers under 7 days, I guess. Days old. Streamer fixture. Streamer and then channel that streams that there was a way I did a start stream here. Yeah, streams create stream. I need something like this where I Create the stream. What's going on with this end here? That goes with that. Now that's adding 10 days to the start time. I'm sorry, 10 hours the start time. So I will need, don't necessarily need that, but I need to do days. So it would be 60 minutes, 60 seconds times 60 minutes times 24 times 6. It'll really be times -6. Just 6 days in a pad. Alright. And that will just create a stream for me. Is good. And so then if I call the is new streamer flagger form, let's say assert okay equals that. And then I got load up the streamer's channel again and make sure that update channel is Wimish repo get channel streamer.channel.b assert updated channel.is new streamer crew. Okay. Do a hopefully very simple test here and see if the simple test works. Mix tests. Test jobs. Is new streamer flagger test. Failed. Hosting channel does not. Oh, I leave something here. Oh. Streamer. That channel. Try that again. One failure. Error. Ecto subquery error. Could not find name binding parent as channel inquiry. Okay. It might just be faster to just do a freaking fragment. You know what I mean? Than to try to do the proper ecto query nonsense. It'd be easier to follow even. Channel lookups. So that was for, which one was that for? From Caesar and Glow Machine channel where inaccessible is false, where exists subquery. Not really telling me which one, but I have a feeling it's the stream count one. So we'll just do fragments. This is stream count. Select S dot channel ID from streams where S that channel ID equals question mark and ID is question mark and having count of S dot channel ID less than 6 group by S dot channel ID. Screen count. So where exists fragments screen count C dot ID. I think that works a little bit better. Variable C does not exist. Try this. Where C to ID in What is wrong with this now? Point is first argument. Event SQL injection attacks. Fragment does not allow strings to be interpolated as the first argument. I think I've got the parameters wrong on this. Do fragment. No, I've got it right. Okay, I don't know why it's having an issue here. Oh, I know what's going on. That. I need to pin it, right? Means technically I have to pin this other thing too, don't I? Might be causing issues. Why is this not going away? I guess it's insisting that I give it the actual string instead of the... I don't know why that would be the case though. Alright, fine. It wants the actual fragment there, so... do that. Now what? Okay, that one. It was okay with that. Okay, so far so good there. Try this again. failure. Subquery error. It hates those subqueries. The way that I've done them. Yeah, I just have to just do it as a. It won't let me do those subqueries like that. Or just do them as fragments. That's easier than trying to fight with this thing. Well, this one, I don't know, no ID. Actually, I guess I don't even need this. I can just get everything back that has. Oh, it's like channel ID. Thumbnail start at fragment. Or even I can just do, I can just do exists on here too. I don't know if that'll feel like that any better or worse, but we'll see. Yeah, still doesn't like it. If I name binding as channel. What if it's just this? What if I did channel? Will it suddenly know something's different here? No. Channels inquiry. Oh, is it just? Is it if I did C here? Is that what it's looking for? Because that's weird. It's strange, but no, it's just unhappy with that all together. Like, I don't know, what is the use of Ecto if you can't do? These aren't even that complicated of queries. These are like pretty straightforward, simple queries, and you can't even do those in Ecto without it complaining about stupid shit here. What is the use? I'll just do another fragment there and be done with it. Or I can take the parent as out of this and just say where the ID is in this one. But really, it's got to be, this is not even quite right anyway. It's got to be not, it's got to be from the minimum. I feel like now minus min. How you do min? That's the minimum for, yeah, that's what I figured. It would be min this. And take that out of there. And I'll just say select s.channel ID, and then down here just say e.id in subquery that. One failure. Syntax error. Error in your group. Syntax error added in your group. Like having end the group by well, that's fine. Well, I'll look at that. I think right now I need to pack it up because we've been going for a while. We've been going almost 7.5 hours. That's a long in for me. Almost a full 8-hour day at nighttime. So get status. Let's do it over here. Kill that. Status. We're on feature branch. Yep, so git add that. What have we changed? New files. Alright. Git commits. Initial tab at flagging new Flemish streamer. Push set up stream origin feature yeah, highlight new streamers. Okay, and we'll go and stick that in there. Cool. Okay. Stop database. And we'll close out of this stuff here. Let me close out of you, and we'll close out of you. Close out of you. Remember later. How is Melvor Idle doing? We're still doing rather good. Lots and lots of loot. Alright. 58 on the attack. Okay. Not too shabby. I switch to strength here. Hopefully we'll still be good. Hopefully. Root all that stuff. What we got? Bury those. And let's sell all of these. Gold topaz ring. 15% gold from monsters, and something else drops instead of gold topaz ring. Okay. That's funny. Alright. Let's get those out there. Alright. I'm gonna live dangerously and let this continue. Let the attacks continue while I'm offline. Probably be a big mistake, but I'm gonna do it anyway. It's done. So then we can exit out of this guy. We're all updated over here. Wait, is this the I'm on the wrong thing here. Where's my repository? Go. Cool, that's there. We got everything's okay over here. Pull requests are fine, right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, they're all good. Cool. All right, so we're all set there, I would say, friends, and it is time for me to shove off. past time for me to shove off, I would say. That was another Small Feature Friday that was, I'd say, pretty successful, all things around. There will be another one next Friday night. Probably closer to the normal length of stream, I would imagine. Yeah, because I was just feeling like getting an earlier start on it, having an extended stream tonight. So that is that. Tomorrow, well, Saturday around 1 o'clock, Saturday afternoon, we'll say, around 1 Eastern my time. I'll be back with some co-streaming stuff. I'll be doing a co-streaming coding, and then same on Sunday, and then that will finish my streaming week. I'll be off on Mondays as usual, and Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night will be just toss-up nights, playing whatever I kind of feel like playing, whether it's a randomizer or something else along the lines. And then we'll be, like I said, right back here again next Friday nights for some more Small Feature Friday, and we'll have some more ideas for small things to consider and to take care of. So yeah, that will do it for me. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching, everyone who's still hanging out well beyond their bedtimes. I know I'm well beyond mine. So thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out, keeping me company, help me out with designs and features and all that stuff. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, thanks so much for watching, and I will see you next time. See you, bye.